Senator Professor Kithure Kindiki. Take your seat. You will take oath after we have made a short communication. Honorable members, our clerk, my deputy, the deputy speaker, members of the press, fellow Kenyans. The Committee on Appointments is established under Standing Order 204 of the National Assembly Standing Orders. It is mandated to consider for approval by the House appointments under Article 152 of the Constitution. In conducting the vetting and approval hearings, the committee shall be guided by the Constitution, the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, and other relevant statutes. The committee held its first sitting on Thursday, 25th July 2024, and considered the brief on arrangements that have been put in place for the conduct of approval hearings. The committee held its second sitting on Wednesday, 31st July 2024, where it received a status update on the progress made on the preparations for the approval hearings. It further noted the referral of 2 additional nominees for appointment as the Cabinet Secretary for East African Community Affairs and the Attorney General. Section 6(4) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act requires the committee to notify the public of the time and place for holding an approval hearing at least 7 days prior to the hearing. In compliance with the law, the Clerk of the National Assembly published an advertisement in local dailies on 25th July 2024, notifying the 20 nominees for appointment as Cabinet Secretaries and the general public of the place and time of holding the approval hearings. In this regard, the approval hearings are scheduled to begin on Thursday, that's today, 1st August 2024, and conclude on Sunday, 4th August 2024. The committee sitting shall commence from 8 a.m. as with a view of vetting at least 5 nominees per allotted day. In light of the names of an additional 2 nominees being referred for consideration by the committee, advertisements inviting submission of memoranda have been published in the dailies today, 1st August 2024. The deadline for this submission is Thursday, 8th August 2024, and the committee shall resume its hearings for the 2 nominees on Friday, 9th August 2024. During the approval hearings, the committee shall consider the candidates' academic credentials, professional training and experience, personal integrity and background of each nominee. They shall consider the suitability of each nominee for the appointment proposed, having regard to whether the nominee's abilities, experience, and qualities meet the needs of the body to which nomination is being made. Section 6(9) of the Act allows any person prior to the approval hearing and by written statement on oath to provide the clerk with evidence contesting the suitability of a candidate to hold the office to which the candidate has been nominated. In compliance with this requirement, the Clerk of the National Assembly published advertisements in the local dailies on 24th July and 25th July 2024, inviting the public to submit affidavits contesting the suitability of any nominee. The deadline for submission of the written memoranda was 31st July 2024 for the first batch of 10 nominees and 1st August 2024 for the second batch of 10 nominees. As at this morning, the committee has received a mixed basket of over 1,300 submissions. 187 of these submissions are in the form of the affidavits contemplated under Section 6(9) of the Act, The rest of the submissions either generally oppose appointment of one or more nominees, are repetitions, are filed in support of the nominees, or are unrelated to the exercise. Those unrelated to the exercise include applications for appointment as cabinet secretaries in the place of some of the nominees. Some of the statements, somebody simply writes, I reject. Another one just says, I oppose. Another one simply says, unsuitable, with no reasons and not in compliance with the law. I want to assure the Kenyan public that the Committee on Appointments shall thoroughly scrutinize each submission made with regard to the approval hearings. Where the submissions received are not in the form of affidavits as required by the Act, the committee shall, as far as practicable, include the concerns raised in the submissions in the questions that it will pose to the nominees. It is only through this that the committee may conclusively determine the suitability of the nominees for appointment. It's important to point out also that not all the submissions oppose the nominations. There are some that just say, heck for appointing so-and-so, thank you for reappointing so-and-so, and so on and so forth. The committee has also received queries from the public on whether it will be conducting the approval hearings for all nominees, including the nominees who have been reappointed to the cabinet. The committee shall conduct hearings for all of the nominees. Under Section 2 of the Act, appointment includes reappointments. Additionally, Section 3 of the Act provides that all appointments done under the Constitution or any other law for which the approval of Parliament is required shall not be made unless the appointment is approved or deemed to have been approved by Parliament in accordance with the Act. The courts have also ruled that nominee vetting is a serious and mandatory constitutional process that must be complied with even in cases of reappointment. Precedent and practice in previous parliaments and comparative jurisdictions also uphold the cardinal rule on the mandatory nature of parliamentary approval, even in cases of reappointment to constitutional offices. Article 132 of the Constitution confers upon the President the power to nominate and, with the approval of the National Assembly, appoint cabinet secretaries in accordance with Article 152 of the Constitution. With respect to nominees who are dismissed from the cabinet, the committee shall take into account any reasons for the dismissal, if any, in considering whether to recommend the reappointment of such a nominee. The determination of the question of whether such a nominee is suitable for reappointment rests solely with the National Assembly. After the conclusion of the approval hearings, the committee shall table its report in the House with recommendations either approving or rejecting the nominees for appointment. In conclusion, the Committee on Appointments shall conduct the approval hearings guided by the Constitution, the Act, and all other relevant laws. I thank you. We'll now invite the Sergeant to administer the oath to the Honorable Professor Kithure Kindiki. You can take the oath with the Bible, the Quran, or affirm, as the case may be.
I, Kithure Kindiki, do swear the evidence that I shall give before this committee on the matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Yes, Owen?
I'm wondering whether that is on record, because I don't know whether the mic was on or not.
Was the mic on?
So probably we need to redo the oath.
I thought it was on, but for avoidance of doubt, Professor, you may repeat the oath.
I, Kithure Kindiki, do swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee on the matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Welcome to the Committee of Parliament, Professor. This is the second time this committee is having an opportunity to have a bite at you in terms of vetting and assessing your suitability to hold the office to which you have been nominated. Before we start, we'll do some quick introduction of the team or the committee that's going to interrogate you. On my right is the Deputy Speaker of the House, Honorable Gladys Boss. On my left is the Clerk of the National Assembly, Samuel Njoroge. I'll now invite all the members to introduce themselves, starting with Naisula here. Go around.
Naisula Lesuda, Samburu West MP.
Kimani Shongo.
Junet Mohammed.
Nelson Koech.
Kosi David.
Kikaria David.
Masemeri.
Abdul Rahim Daoud.
I'm Ferdinand Kevin Wanyonyi. George Gitonga Murugara.
Owen Bayer.
Robert Mbui.
Stephen Mule.
Dido Raso.
Abdi Shurie.
Mishimboko Likoni.
Rehab Mukami Washira.
I'm Caleb Amisi Saboti.
We also have the Secretariat that is supporting this process, led by the Deputy Clerk, Sarah Kyoko, where is she? And all those good people sitting behind, who will be giving us some behind the curtain support. Professor Kindiki, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We'll start by asking you the obvious questions to introduce yourself briefly, stating your name, family background, education background, work and employment experience, your present engagement, and your status of compliance with all the relevant agencies of government that we passed on to you. You have 5 minutes for this exercise.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and honorable members of this committee. Mr. Speaker, my name is Kithure Kindiki. I am 52 years old. I was born in Tharaka Nithi and grew up there, went to primary school there, and upon my completion of secondary education, I studied law. I have a Bachelor of Laws degree from Moi University, which I obtained in 1998. I have a Master of Law from the University of Pretoria, and I have a PhD in International Law from the University of Pretoria, which I obtained in 2002. I am married, I have 3 children, and I have worked in the last 25, 26 years in various capacities. I'm an advocate of the High Court of Kenya of 24 years standing. And in the process of my career, Honorable Speaker, I have worked as a lecturer. I taught at Moi University for 3 years and later on at the University of Nairobi for 9 years. I rose from the position of assistant lecturer until I became Associate Dean of the Faculty of Law at the University of Nairobi. In between, I was head of Department of Public Law. I have been licensed to practice law in Kenya, but also before international courts and tribunals, including the International Criminal Court, where I still remain in the list of Defense Counsel. Mr. Speaker, sir, I've been consulted for many organizations, including UN agencies, regional organizations like IGAD, KEMSA, African Union, East African Community, and also I am a member of a number of professional organizations, including the Academic Council for the United Nations System, the International Association on the Study of Forced Migration, the International Commission of Jurists, the East African Law Society, and the Law Society of Kenya. I submit.
Thank you. Status of compliance.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I have filed to Parliament through the clerk my compliance with the Higher Education Loans Board, my compliance with the Kenya Revenue Authority in terms of tax compliance. I also have filed my compliance with all the other statutory bodies, including EACC, as well as the clearance from a recognized credit bureau, as was guided. And therefore, I want to submit, Mr. Speaker, that I've complied with all the statutory requirements as was guided by this House.
And you have all the documents?
Yes, I do.
You'll pass them on to that sergeant next to you to give to Sarah Kyoko to have a look at.
Does that include the certificates?
Yes, yes.
Okay, all right.
She'll compare with the copies that you sent to Parliament. I will now open the session for asking and interrogating the nominee. And I'll give the first shot to the Deputy Speaker.
Professor Kindiki, I know this is within your knowledge that the Maraga Task Force on Police Reforms identified many challenges in the National Police Service, the Kenya Prison Service, and the National Youth Service as underfunding, endemic corruption, poor handling of human capital and development. So could you highlight for us some of the police reforms that you undertook during your just ended tenure as Cabinet Secretary for Interior Internal National Administration? And also, if approved, what are some of the measures that you will put in place to implement some of those recommendations? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I forgot to say between 2022 and 11th July 2024, I was the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration. Mr. Speaker, in response to the question by the Deputy Speaker, I respond as follows. That the task force that was established to recommend legal, policy, institutional, and other reforms in the National Police Service and the Kenya Prison Service made far-reaching recommendations on a number of issues, including welfare issues, leadership and accountability issues, career progression and succession management in the National Police Service, and also operational capabilities, equipment, and so forth. Mr. Speaker, sir, that task force recommended 221 recommendations that require administrative action. It also recommended a further 178 recommendations which require funding but do not require any changes in law or policy. The task force recommended another 177 recommendations, which may not require funding, but require legislative and policy changes. And finally, the task force recommended 23 recommendations in connection with the National Police Service, not the Kenya Prison Service. 23 of them that require consultations and concurrence with the National Security Council. We have, in the period when I have been the Cabinet Secretary for Interior, we have been able to take action on some of the recommendations that did not require legal or policy changes. For example, we've rolled out a massive police equipment modernization program, which will be rolled out in 5 years. And already under my leadership, we were able to convince the government and the National Treasury to allocate 7 billion shillings, which has already been spent to buy air and land assets to assist officers who have been exposed to great danger, those that are helping to keep the country safe in the front line, in the fight against terror, the fight against banditry and other sophisticated organized crimes. And therefore, this equipment is already up and running, especially mine resistance, ambush protected vehicles, armored personnel carriers, personal protection equipment, and also aerial unmanned vehicles, which are commonly known as drones. And we've been able to restore the police air wing, which had collapsed. And we have some of the aircrafts which are now operational and helping us with air surveillance. And we have also hoping in the next financial year, if I am approved by this House, we'll be able to purchase additional gunship helicopters to help us finish the remaining work in terms of the fight against terror, the fight against banditry and other organized crimes. Mr. Speaker, I also need to point out that because of the grave issues around leadership and succession management and career progression in the National Police Service, during my 21 months as the Cabinet Secretary for Interior, we've been able to put in place, operationalize the National Police Leadership Academy, which we opened, His Excellency the President opened in Ngong. And this is the academy that is helping us put together a curriculum that will help us put in place short courses, professional courses to retool, reskill our police officers, especially those that are in leadership, and also provide a fast-track process of identifying, nurturing leadership among our police officers, And therefore, going forward, with the academy now operational, we believe that in the next few years, we're going to inculcate not only fast succession management and career progression program, but also we're going to have a very motivated leadership within our police officers. We have also, of course, taken action around welfare issues. Already the increments for the first increments that were proposed by the task force have already been put in place. We have also, in terms of giving motivation to our officers, also operationalized the National Police Service Hospital, which is supposed to take care of those who are injured in the front line so that they are not exposed to health or even subsequent risks when they visit ordinary hospitals. So by and large, that's what we've done. And finally, on the proposals that require legislative reforms and policy reforms, we have formulated about 6 pieces of legislation which are ready. They are just waiting for stakeholder participation, and then they'll be conveyed to Parliament through Cabinet. And if I can highlight this as I end that response, Mr. Speaker, they include, number 1, the National Police Service Amendment Bill 2024, the National Police Service Commission Amendment Bill 2024, the National Forensic Laboratory Bill, Services Bill 2024. We have also formulated a bill which will also assist us in the leadership and the command oversight in the National Police Service. I submit.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My question to the CS nominee relates to just where he stopped on the legal and legislative proposals that he was considering before his exit from the ministry, and more so around the issue of implementation of Article 37 of the Constitution on the right of Kenyans to picket, assemble, demonstrate peaceably. And CS, you have seen in the recent past a lot of confrontations between members of the public and the police. And it's my view that principally why this has been so is because you have failed to designate picketing corners. And Kenyans imagine you can picket anywhere and everywhere, including in some areas that you consider restricted areas. I would want to hear what is it that you would intend to do if you are reappointed and approved by this committee to ensure that there are no more confrontations between members of the public who want to peaceably assemble and picket and the police. 2, there seems to have been a complete breakdown in administrative and security structures in the country. And I say that in view of when you came into office, the Shakahola massacre, where up to now we don't know how many Kenyans lost their lives in Shakahola. We have seen in the recent past Kware here in Nairobi. In a country like ours, how is it possible where you have chiefs, assistant chiefs, nyumba kumi, and all the structures and security and administrative structures that we have, that 20, 40 people can be killed around one small area like Kware, in the full view of the security and administrative structures without government coming to know. And the same thing happened to Shakahola. And I would want to hear what is it that you would intend to do to make sure that there is restoration of administrative and security structures right at the village level to secure our country.
Mr. Speaker, sir, it is true there is work that requires to be done to ensure that the people of Kenya enjoy their constitutional right and freedom to assemble, picket, and demonstrate, and present petitions to public authorities, while at the same time maintaining public order and also ensuring the rights of other people. Before I was dismissed on 11th of July and present petitions to I had actually finalized the draft regulations to the Public Order Act, which will be the statutory instrument to be processed for purposes of giving effect to the enjoyment of that right, not to curtail that right, because a statute cannot curtail a constitutional right, but to give effect to how that right will be exercised. Those draft regulations, when completed, will be able to help the police do a number of things. Number one, obligate the police to escort protesters and provide security for them, but also to ensure protesters don't run amok and overrun members of the public who are not protesting. Number three, it will require those protesting to notify the police and tell and also give the number of protesters so that the appropriate arrangements are made. It will also obligate public institutions in all arms of government, all public institutions, to designate an area within their premises or within the vicinity of their premises where a group of protesters who want to present petitions can stand, demonstrate, and present petitions to that public office or that public institution. Those regulations also will of course ask protesters to also be responsible for their own conduct, and therefore we hope that if I am approved, this is a low-hanging matter. It's something that we can process in the shortest time possible to avoid a situation like what we've had in the past 1 month of protests which are unmanaged and which have exposed us to deaths and destruction of property and a lot of inconvenience to the people of Kenya. On the second question by the leader of the majority party, it is true that we have experienced a number of security incidents that should not have happened in the first place. And let me say that first and foremost, the Shakahola incident didn't happen when it became public. It happened over quite a number of years, and it's an indictment actually on our ability as a country to be able to prevent some of these sophisticated crimes from hurting our people. I am on record to having apologized on behalf of previous and the present administration for that breach, because the radicalization and the criminal activity around Shakahola began in 2019-2020. But the manifestation in terms of people dying and being buried was something that happened sometimes in 2022. And the Shakahola incidents will remain the most tragic security breach in the history of our country. We have never had a security breach of that magnitude in our country. We have learned the lessons. 2 days ago, the task force that the president had appointed has helped to give us some of the recommendations on what we need to do to avoid that going forward. But also, we believe that the public officials, including security officers who are in charge, must also have their day in being made accountable. We had proposed the establishment of a commission of inquiry to help us put together the accountability process so that we can have recommendations on prosecution and other action. But the commission of inquiry was stopped by our courts, and we were unable to move. But with or without the commission of inquiry, I want to assure the people of Kenya, if I am approved, one of my priorities will be to make sure that the accountability for the crimes in Shakahola by public officials, including security managers of all arms, of all agencies of the state, must proceed as a way of making sure that we do not have this kind of thing happening again. It is true also recently we had an incident which is actively under investigations around Kware area. Again, the same reasons, gaps in the Ngao and Nyumba Kumi structures, and also our intelligence collection ability. And I just want to say that now that we have finalized the proposals and we know what we need to do to reform our National Police Service, my next assignment, if I am approved by this House, will be to initiate far-reaching reforms in the national government administration system to ensure that we restructure the Ngao system, make it more responsive, modernize it, and distribute it to the lowest level in a manner which helps us to avoid incidents like this when we have serious security breaches, yet we have government officials paid by the people of Kenya to make sure that the country is safe. So I want to admit those were very unfortunate incidents, and national security being a work in progress and a perpetual project, we have learned the lessons, and we are going to make sure that we strengthen and seal the gaps to ensure that we make our homeland safer than it has been before. Thank you.
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the nominee, Professor Abraham, that, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, he is one of the two having previously, the last 2 years. I want to ask you a question, Professor, that what do you think makes you feel that you can serve in that docket again? Because why I'm asking that question is because if you look at what happened in the last 2 months in this country, the demonstrations and the kind of things that happened, in my view, you look like somebody was lost. Your presence was not being felt. Your omnipresence was not being felt, if I may say so, because you could see abductions were happening, human rights abuses were happening, but the minister's voice was not being heard in that situation. What do you think, what makes you think that you can serve again in the same docket? But the next question is that you have also seen widely, you have been widely accused the last 2 months or the last 1 year that you've presided over human rights abuses from time you've been appointed CS till last month. Particularly what happened, for example, on 25th of July 2024. And also during the Azimio demonstrations last year. More than 75 Kenyans lost their lives. And last month also, more than 50 Kenyans lost their lives. So there's a feeling that the National Police response to protest is stuck in the old way of doing things. So the question is, to what extent do you think ministerial responsibility for the brutality meted on Kenyans by security organs? At what level do you think you can take responsibility for that? What new ways are you going now to do to stop that? So my question is, in spite of all these abuses that have happened, in spite of all the problems that Kenyans have encountered, what is this new idea that you will employ this time if approved by this House? Because one of the things we are looking at, Professor, Chairman, is the suitability of the person to hold that office. What makes you think you are suitable in spite of all those problems that you have encountered the last 2 months? Thank you, Chair.
Professor, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable members. I was in office for 21 months, 623 days. I can account for each and every day of my stay in office. I woke up every day, and my focus has been to ensure that our country is safe. I have risen before dawn every day, including Sundays, and gone to sleep very late, simply because of the demands of our homeland security. I believe that I am suitable for reappointment because during those 21 months, during those 623 days, I have been able to keep the country fairly safe, especially in the fight against terror. Previously, we had an escalation around 2021-2022 of terror attacks in northern Kenya and the Boni Enclave. And in the past 2 years, approximately, we've had stability in northern Kenya and Lamu. I believe I am suitable, Honorable Speaker, because the crime of banditry has been reduced significantly, in my estimation, by more than 75%, even if pockets of insecurity continue to be experienced. And we do know where the gaps are and what needs to be done to even bring this problem to a complete end. Mr. Speaker, I have visited all the 47 counties, some of the counties numerous times. I've been to Lamu 21 times in 21 months. I've been to Samburu 8 times. I've been to Baringo 13 times. I've been to many other counties. And therefore, I have not been lazy. I've been diligent. And I've conducted myself within the parameters of Article 73, which requires me to conduct myself in a manner that brings honor to the nation and dignity to the office I hold. I have worked with officers at the headquarters, but I've also sat down in numerous meetings to work with officers at regional, county, and sub-county levels to make sure that we share decision-making processes and decision implementation processes. I believe, Mr. Speaker, the question has been directed to the events of the recent weeks. And I want to respond as follows. That the reason that I didn't talk every day is because the events the Honorable Member is referring to were mainly operational issues. The work of the Minister, the Cabinet Secretary for Interior, as envisaged in Article 245 of the Constitution, is to give the organs of national security that fall under that ministry policy direction and policy guidance, and in particular because we are talking about the police. Mr. Speaker, the police is under independent command, Article 245, paragraph 2. There are only 2 people who can give the Inspector General of Police directives. First, the Cabinet Secretary for Interior, but only on policy issues. Number 2, the Cabinet the Director of Public Prosecutions in matters in investigations of criminal activities. Other than that, operational matters are handled by the command of the National Police Service, and therefore the Minister doesn't give operational directives. We have communicated the policy during my time in office, the policy of the Kenya Kwanza administration on policing, which includes zero tolerance on extrajudicial killings, zero tolerance on abuse of human rights, and restraints in the use of force. Limited only, the use of force being limited only to cases contemplated in the Constitution and the National Police Service Act and the schedule thereto in the defense of life of the officer or the life of the people of Kenya. Therefore, it is unfortunate that during a recent protest, we witnessed the death of 42 Kenyans. We also had injuries, 486 civilians and 385 police officers were injured. We had about 1,387 arrests. We had 54 police cars destroyed and 110 motor vehicles belonging to the people of Kenya also destroyed in those protests. And therefore, I want to submit as follows: that the operational responsibility of policing lies with the command of the National Police Service. It is my estimation that on a broader scale of things, generally, the police tried their best to protect the country against mobs of criminals, arsonists, and other dangerous people, including those who visited Parliament and wanted to kill parliamentarians and other people. The police did their best. And in the event, as it is possible, that any officer went beyond what is allowed in terms of the use of force, it is now the work of the Independent Police Oversight Authority and other accountability agencies to help the country to bring to closure the issue of justice for excess use of force. I want to submit as follows, Mr. Speaker, that even beyond the police having independent operational command, the issue of the use of firearms by a police officer is individual. If you read the National Police Service Act and the Schedule 6 to that Act, every police officer has individual responsibility on how they use firearms. You cannot, the Inspector General of Police will not be there to tell the police, the officer, shoot this one, don't shoot this one. There will be an operational order that will generally guide the police officer. So the accountability of the IG will be on the operational order, which is publicly available, whether that operational order met the constitutional threshold, but the use of force by individual officers is an individual responsibility issue. Other than that, I commend generally those officers who tried their best in very difficult circumstances to help the country come to terms with what happened, and hope and will see to it, if I am reappointed, that the accountability for those who violated the law is pursued conclusively. I submit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This question will just require yes or no. So then I'll be able to ask the next one. So Professor Kindiki, are you aware that for the last 2 years, we have internally displaced persons in parts of the North Rift, that is Samburu County, parts of Baringo, Elgeyo Marakwet, and other parts of the North Rift? It's a yes or no.
Yes.
So if this committee finds you suitable to hold this office again, what measures will you put in place to see that these families go back to their homes, and especially going children will go back to school and people can go back to their homes and live peacefully? Mr. Speaker, allow me to ask the last question, which is also, are you aware that there are people in the North Rift who were killed in broad daylight, in marketplaces, in towns, for example, in Samburu West, in Suguta town? There have been abductions, and this current administration, which you served in, during its campaigns and has continuously said that you will not have issues of abductions, issues of extrajudicial killings, but I want to put it across to you that it has been happening. There are people in those counties who are missing to date. They have been abducted. I want to ask you whether you're aware, and we have sufficiently been informed that it is alleged that it is security officers who have abducted these people. Is that one of your measures of ensuring insecurity is settled in these areas? And do you think, as a professor of constitutionalism and ensuring we follow the Constitution, is that the right way in ensuring fair justice even to those who are accused?
Professor?
Mr. Speaker, now that the kinetic operations that we launched in February 2023 has yielded significant fruits, the issue of the North Rift will not be complete until those that were displaced because of the violence meted upon them by bandits, groups and gangs are returned to their homes. And therefore, it is going to be my priority, if I am approved by this House, to make sure that in line with the rights of every Kenyan under the Constitution and the relevant instruments, including international instruments on the prevention of internal displacement, we're going to resettle, facilitate the resettlement and reintegration of all communities that were displaced by the menace of banditry. Secondly, I've been asked to respond to the allegations about abduction. During my tenure as minister, I made it clearly, clear to the police that abductions, extrajudicial killings, and extra-constitutional means of apprehending offenders is against government policy, is against the Constitution, is against international law. I must hasten to say my observation, because I have been in the front line more than any other place, especially in North Rift, in northern Kenya, and the Boni Enclave. The officers who served in the special units in counter-terrorism and counter-banditry, the formed-up units, have been quite professional, generally. But just as I've said in the previous question, in the event there are any infractions, there are any reported infractions and excesses by the special forces that are helping us to fight banditry, again, IPOA and other accountability mechanisms must be put in place to ensure that we do not spoil the very good work that is being done by our officers in the front line. Some of them have died, others have lost limb, officers have been destituted.
Point of order, Chairman, I was saying that, the nominee is a professor, and professors teach in the university, so he can answer questions like somebody who's in class teaching us. I was requesting through the chairman that he can do faster, Chair.
Professor, be concise and precise and to the point.
I submit.
Thank you. Nelson, we'll just come round. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Professor Kindiki, it's unprecedented that twice in 2 years we've had to apply Section 241 of our Constitution in deploying our officers, our military officers, to back up the police, both to quell the protest and initially sent to the North Rift. What exactly is the state of our police force? There are so many things that are flying around, gossip, that number one, our officers, police officers could be demoralized. Number two, is there a situation that you feel the police at some point are very hesitant to execute some of the assignments they're given because of lack of morale? And you as a CS, the accusations that you've not helped in boosting the morale of our police officers. What exactly is the state of our police force?
Professor?
Mr. Speaker, yes, we have applied Article 241 twice. And I think there is nothing abnormal with that, Mr. Speaker, because that is why that article exists. So that whenever there is need, the National Police Service may request the support of the Kenya Defence Forces to handle either an emergency or a disastrous situation. On the case of the North Rift, it was important to get the support of the KDF because at that time the National Police Air Wing had collapsed. Right now it's operational. We didn't have air assets, we didn't have adequate long-range unmanned aerial vehicles, and therefore we needed the support of the military. But the effort in North Rift is police-led. In fact, the military has been supportive in the peripheries, police-led. Even in terms of numbers, we have 4,500 police officers against less than 1,000 KDF officers. With regard to the recent emergency we had, again, what we had on 25th of June was unprecedented. And our calling of the KDF was simply to put them on standby should they be needed. And you've seen they have not been needed. But it was a precaution because the criminals who wanted to burn Parliament were also threatening to burn State House and other critical installations. So if that was not reason enough to put KDF on standby legally, I don't think any other situation would have met threshold, because what we faced in the last month, in our view, was existential threat, not just to the arms of government, but to the state itself. And therefore, the police is in good shape. There are issues of welfare, which we are handling. I've already mentioned about the salary increments, which we have started implementing. There is issues around housing. There are also issues about the leave and so forth and so on. Medication, I've just talked about the hospital that we've established for them, fully fledged level 4 hospital. We have one for the border police again, which again we operationalized under my leadership in Kanyonyo for the formed up units. So yes, there is more to be done, but it is not true to say that the police force is demoralized. They have done a good job, and when it's necessary, we have called in the KDF in accordance with the law when we feel that the situation is an emergency. I submit.
Posing.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Professor, and Honorable Chairman, I want to rely on section, I'm on this side, Professor. I want to rely on Section 6 and Section 7 of the Act in terms of suitability of the candidate the position he has been nominated. And in this respect, Honorable Speaker, I want to take the Minister in terms of suitability on his credibility in terms of respecting what he says, in terms of implementing what he says. Because this is the second time he's been given a chance. And Speaker, I want also the nominee to know that absence of war is not necessarily peace. Whatever is happening in the North Rift, Honorable Speaker, there is relative peace. There's no war, but it might not necessarily mean peace. What am I saying, Honorable Speaker? The candidate, as an example, the candidate came to the North Rift. We had engagement as leaders of the North Rift, and specifically West Pokot County, as an example of the entire country. I don't know what happened, so what the minister did in the other places, but possibly maybe he did what he did in West Pokot, which is we agreed on a number of issues, Honorable Speaker, in terms of strategies of bringing peace, including establishment of sub-locations or bringing even the security near to the people so that we avoid the Shakaola things and so on. And the minister agreed with the Honorable Speaker with us in West Pokot. And we also agreed to put security in strategic areas. It might happen in other parts of the country. The minister agreed. And Speaker, nothing happened. Nothing has happened so far. Now, if Parliament sees it fit and approves the minister again for this position, what's going to happen? What is the minister going to do different, Honorable Speaker, to gain credibility among people, among Kenyans themselves, who might feel that the minister lied to them? And finally, Speaker, take home for the minister. This idea of giving police accounting as an accounting or to manage their own money as an accounting officer, I want the minister to take home in terms of the security, the strategic security of this country. What does that mean in terms of security of this country? Going into the future, there are critics, Honorable Speaker, that say, how do you give the police the gun and you also give them the money? What's going to happen? It might pose a serious security in this country going forward, maybe many years in the future. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Professor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is true
Those
that...
are just two simple questions. Did you honor what you did and said in Pokot? And is the police fund tenable? Very simple.
Mr. Speaker, it is true that some of the things that I promised have not been realized, especially the issue of operationalization of new administrative units. But it is also true that some of the things I promised have been realized, and I thought the honorable member would be kind enough to notify the House and the country that during the same consultations I had promised that we will provide, train and equip 200 National Police Reservists for West Pokot, which we did. Number two, we had promised to set up a security camp at a place formerly called Lami Nyeusi, which is now called Lami Nyeupe, which we did, and so many other things we did. But the issue of the units is outstanding, and not just for West Pokot, but also for a few other counties, including some parts of Baringo, Samburu, and a few other counties that did not benefit from the operationalization of units, and that is work that we are going to complete if we are reappointed. On the second question, I do not think there is a problem with giving the National Police Service money and control over resources relating to their operations. The operational budgets of the police must be run by the National Police Service themselves, and not by the ministry, not by the Office of the President. And in my view, if there are issues of lack of effectiveness. It is not because the police have their own budget. If anything, it should help them even work more efficiently. Therefore, the question should be, now that the police have their operational budget, what prevents them from serving the people of Kenya in a better manner? And those are issues that we'll be looking at if we are reappointed.
In any case, Parliament oversights the use of that money. Gikaria?
Thank you, Chair. Professor Kindiki, in the recent past in this demonstration, two young men, Michael Kihunga Nyagodhie and another young man called Kevin Maganga, were shot dead in Nakuru. The family has been trying to get some information from IPOA. It is alleged that the the IPOA is not receiving required information from the police service. This has posed a great challenge to IPOA executing its oversight mandate. If approved for this appointment, Honorable Kindiki, what steps will you take to ensure that the two institutions work seamlessly for the benefit of Kenyans? And secondly, how will you strengthen IPOA so as to execute its mandate? Second, the Honorable Chair, is about urban criminal gang activities. In the urban areas, particularly in Nakuru, a criminal gang called Confirm, which by what the citizens claim has brought about 5 deaths in every month and hundreds of injuries. Maybe if you're approved and confirmed, what are the steps that you'll take to reduce the increase of criminal activities in urban areas, and particularly in Nakuru, specifically the confirmed criminal gang? Thank you, Chair.
Professor?
Mr. Speaker, on the first issue, the relationship between IPOA and the National Police Service is an ongoing conversation, and it's not unusual. It happens all over the world that the police and the bodies oversight them have normal institutional tensions. We have, during our tenure in office, we have encouraged these institutions to work together because each one of them is playing an important role. It is the same problem we had between the police service and the Police Service Commission. And we did a lot of work and around that, and were able to get a win-win situation where the commission and the police service are working together. So we'll apply the same methods if we are reappointed to make sure that IPOA gets the support it requires from the NPS. And going forward, we will support IPOA in terms of more resources, more capacity, but also just brokering the institutional goodwill between themselves and the police. The second question, Mr. Speaker, is on the criminal gangs. It is true. We have had a gang in Nakuru known as Confirm. And urban crime is a major issue. When I took over as CS for Interior, October 2022, there was a lot of gang violence and gang crime in Nairobi. We've been able to reduce and suppress the Nairobi urban criminal activity significantly. We hope that the Nakuru matter could also be resolved. And before I was dismissed from office, I had had a meeting with the leaders of Nakuru County, and we had agreed that according to the feedback the leaders gave us, we needed to change the command, because sometimes many of these performance issues are based on the right command. So we are going to work on it to ensure that we eliminate that gang and other urban gangs in Mombasa and a few other towns that are suffering the same
problem.
Robert Mbui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Professor, Kenya's constitution borrows very heavily from the US one, particularly issues to do with the Bill of Rights. And you swore to uphold this constitution and protect it. Recently, you saw in the US that a gunman tried to shoot a presidential nominee and was actually brought down, but despite that, and even missed, but despite that, the head of Secret Service resigned their post. Now in Kenya, during your tenure as CS, over 100 Kenyans have been killed, murdered by the police. You know that maybe over 1,000 people have been injured, and property worth billions of shillings has been destroyed. Not to forget that a lot of Kenyans have also been abducted, and as we are talking, there are still people, families that are still looking for their loved ones. Now, we did see that the Inspector General of Police resigned. Do you think that as a CS, you should not also have taken responsibility, political responsibility for that failure that the resignation confirms, and also either resigned or declined the appointment? It's also important to note that during these demos that were held, a lot of people were shot. And there is clamor and request and, for justice. In fact, I've attended, one of them was a constituent, Erickson Mutisia, and we've gone to those funerals, and the families are asking for justice. You have forensic evidence because you have the bullets, and you know that every bullet that comes from a gun can be traced. Why have we not seen arrests and arraignment in court of the police officers that are accused or that were involved in these shootings? Because that would appease the public a little bit. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to also point out that the CS has had, the nominee has had a very illustrious career. And, PhD, you've done consultancy all over. And when you are here for the approval hearings in 2022, after all those many years of working, your wealth was at 544 million. Now, 2 years later, your wealth now is at 694 million. That is a whopping 150 million shillings more. Maybe you could explain to us, is this increase probably related to the office that you hold? It would be important for us to know. And finally, Mr. Speaker,
too many questions, Robert.
Mr. Speaker, just one last one, because we are doing very well with time, Mr. Speaker. Just one last one, which is because I'm just picking out some of the things that some of the members have said on the matters of insecurity and criminal gangs, Mr. Speaker, that have been out there mugging our people. There's burglaries, in the North Rift, there are all these issues of cattle rustling and all that, which you have admitted there are issues. Now, my question is, when you know that we have such insecurity in the country, what was the logic behind making a decision to send 1,000 police officers to go and secure Haiti when Kenya has a problem? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Professor.
Mr. Speaker, those are 3 questions. The first one, the Honorable Boy asked about whether I should have resigned. The example the member gave about US, where the candidate for presidency was nearly killed, raises a number of issues. One, he says the person who attempted that was killed. That demonstrates use of force, even in our local context, is allowed, because nobody raised issues with that criminal who was wanted to kill Donald Trump. He was shot dead without questions. Number 2, the honorable member has said that the director of the Secret Service resigned, but also drew a parallel and said our IG also resigned. The minister did not resign in the US. I don't know why the Kenyan minister must resign. And nobody asked the minister to resign, because ministers don't instruct operations, they instruct policy. I can only resign if my policy instruction is unconstitutional or illegal. Then, on the question of those unfortunate incidents when Kenyans lost their lives and the quest for justice, I strongly believe
that there must be justice and every death that occurred must be accounted for. However, Mr. Speaker, the process of putting together criminal investigations, including forensic evidence, is not something that can be done, can be rushed. It takes a bit of time all over the world, not just in Kenya. I believe IPOA should help the country to get closure, and I have promised, if I am reappointed, I'll encourage the collaboration and support and goodwill between IPOA and the police in terms of providing information so that justice is served. I have also been asked about my wealth, which has increased from 544 million to 694 million. It is true because, first let me start by saying that I have not benefited from any improper business. I have not done any business with government. Let's start from there. I have not applied for any tender by myself, by proxy, by relative, or by anybody. Mr. Speaker, before I was appointed, my wealth was at 544 million. I said at that time, which I still do now, that I have run a business, which today I do not participate in that business. I don't practice law, but my law firm is alive and working, and much of that revenue has actually come through the revenue from my law firm, which is still active but being managed by other people. I think all my salary and allowances have been spent in paying bills. Therefore, most of the increment in my net worth is because of three things. One, the legal fees, some of which was actually pending by the time I was being appointed, and I said it here, that there are some unpaid legal fees, which some of them were paid. In fact, I remember 2 months after I was appointed, one of the clients paid a significant amount of legal fees, which had been pending. Other than that, I do small businesses and so forth and so on. None of my money has come from the public except the salary and the allowances that I'm entitled to. Lastly, on Haiti, it is true that the government of Kenya, through the National Security Council, decided to deploy our officers in Haiti pursuant to a request by the UN Security Council and the UN General Assembly. These are international obligations. It has not affected our operations, and it is not true to say that since there are problems in Kenya, we cannot also do our international obligations, because all countries in the world do have security issues. They have security matters. Even the country you consider safest has its own security matters. And therefore, it is a great honor for our officers to serve in Haiti. So far, they are doing a good job. I believe they will profile Kenya properly. They will bring honor to our country. And that deployment has not affected our operational capabilities. I submit.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you.
Don't be like your neighbor. Ask one question.
I'll ask only one question, Mr. Speaker. Professor Kithure Kindiki, in your first stint as CS Interior, you are associated with strong statements, such as "we will crush you," you'll be met with the full force of the law, "we will deal with you firmly and deadly," and many other words like that. Statements which seem to fuel police extrajudicial action. And Kenyans have taken notice of such statements that probably they fuel police extrajudicial action.
and the use of excessive force, because if you tell people we'll crush you, the police will crush you. That's what it will entail. As you see now, there's a new awakening in this country about what public officers are saying. How different will you be if we approve you? Secondly, you are also the civilian face among the police and the security organs that we have. But as you took up this job, probably, Professor Kindiki, you became more of them, more of a police officer, not a civilian within. You are donning police uniform, you are all over police choppers, and you behaved like a police officer, which probably took you away from the police direction that you're supposed to give the forces, and became more of an operational leader instead of a policy director in the force. How will you be different on this? And probably lastly, you are more in the sky than on earth. When you want to give policy direction, you want to give guiding, you need to be in office, have meetings, boardrooms, and give policy direction. But you have said you actually went to Lamu 21 days, 21 times in 21 months. And probably in the operation field more than where you are required to give, operational or to give policy guidance and direction. And that's why the police force and the administration, national government administration, is not properly coordinated. How different will you be when we approve you as CS? I thank you.
Professor?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I've been asked to say whether I'll change my language. Mr. Speaker, I need to clarify that it is true I have used very, very unique language. But, Mr. Speaker, this is security language. And the people I address when I use those terminologies are not the law-abiding citizens of Kenya. The people I address with that difficult terminology or unique terminology are terrorists, bandits, organized criminals. Those are the people I tell will crush you, and I mean it. Last time I appeared before here, the member for Samburu West asked me what I will do in Kurkur and other places when criminals descend into gorges, and I'll say I'll flatten the gorges. We've done a bit of that. There were places in Baringo, Corcoran Hills, a place called Tandare, a place called Ngelecha, and in Samburu, the Malaso Valley and other places where criminals would always retreat and have a field day, operate from there. We've neutralized them and removed them from there. So, again, the use of force is permitted by law, depending on who that force is used against and in what circumstances. And the escalation methods are used. You start by asking them to surrender. If they don't, you use other methods until, if they challenge you or they want to kill police officers, the police officers will kill them before they kill the officer. That is the law. Mr. Speaker, on the second issue, I have been there at headquarters driving policy in boardrooms, Arambe House. I've had so many meetings in our campuses in Kiganjo, in Embakasi, Roiro, Police Leadership Academy. But I've also been in the field more. Why? To disseminate policy to our forward operating bases, to our camps, to our officers in the field, in the counties. And even in the counties, before I even start my meetings, I would sit with the county security committee in a boardroom, disseminate the policy, because they are the ones who will be left to implement. And I have also been in the most dangerous spots in our territory with our officers in the front line. Why? To give them moral support, that we have not posted them there to die. We have posted them there to protect the country, and there is no greater morale booster than for the security minister to go and visit the officers, have lunch with them, encourage them, and tell them what the government policy is and what the government thinks about them. So it has been very rewarding. I will be back in the normal manner, but I will of course balance between my headquarters work and also the field work. Lastly, I've been asked to land. I have always landed. For every flight, I have landed. And finally, on the issue of uniform, what I wear is tactical attire, because there are some things which protective clothing that you need tactical wear to be able to have protective clothing and protective facilities, because you're in a dangerous situation. I don't wear that on the streets of Nairobi. And also I have been in not just police helicopters, but military helicopters, because the law provides that the security minister be facilitated when he is in dangerous situations. The Minister for Interior, the Minister for Defense must be facilitated, because the nature of our work is we are exposed to risk and danger by virtue of office. Otherwise, I do not fancy it's only that it's all in a day's job.
Murugara. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On a CS nominee, let me take you away from the police officers, the bandits, and all these other insecurity matters you're dealing with, back to national government administration. I recollect very well that when you were here, we actually questioned you on it lastly during the vetting, and emphasized that the nerve center of the national government administration is in the villages. That we do have very serious workers in the villages who possibly are not recognized by the national government, but who play a key role in the service and security provision and everything else, so that we can avert incidents like the Shakahola and the quarry incidents we've talked about. Here I'm talking about the village elders and the Nyumba Kumi workers, whom you use extensively 24 hours every day, every month, and every year, and in a form of service which is very similar to servitude or some form of modern day slavery. These people are not remunerated. Your response that time was that a policy was going to be put in place immediately, and that they would actually start getting a form of remuneration. The question I have to you is, how far has that gone, and when should these people expect their paycheck? Whether check, whether M-Pesa, whether whatever is going to be, when should they expect to be paid?
Mr. Speaker, sir, we have finalized the Village Elders Bill 2024. It is one of the 12 pieces of legislation that are awaiting cabinet approval for transmission to Parliament, and therefore that matter will be sorted out in the shortest time possible. I submit.
Waziri, I want you to again go back to Haiti, where we actually deployed almost 600 police officers. My fear now is that with what is happening around there, the fact one of my voters at home has one of his son actually deployed. And the question is, how secure? Do you have special security, insurance for this particular, just in case something has happened? Of course, that has led to a deficit of police officers. That's why when you had demonstration here, you had to get in the army because we don't have enough police officers
so because some of them are away. Secondly, I also have had a case in North Rift. In fact, my colleague is just walking in. The North Rift, where you have this police reservists have been disarmed, and yet we have problems in North Rift. And those are my borders, and we have that problem. And yet you have actually disarmed the police reservists. What are you doing about that?
Professor, will take Dawood, note the questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The CS nominee, you have promised regarding passports a couple of times, and you know passports are the most important. You initially said within a day, within a week, within 2 weeks, but apparently the passport issue has not been sorted out. The other issue is regarding the IDs. Your department has rolled out that IDs will be 10 years, whereas we have known all along IDs did not have an expiry date. What informed the decision for that one? Because now we've got Maisha number, which has been already declared unconstitutional. But what was the point of launching Maisha number when we had a Huduma number which did not work? So now, first was we've got the original ID, now Huduma number, now Maisha number. So aren't we confusing everything? Can't we have just one, the ID to be upgraded instead of all those, and data protection? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Professor, you can answer those from Ferdinand and Rahim.
Mr. Speaker, with regard to the question by the member for Kwanza, Haiti is a United Nations mission. Therefore, our officers are covered, insured, paid for by the United Nations, and therefore there is no cause of alarm. But it's also good to report good progress so far, because the officers, they have been able to get part of the critical infrastructure, the port, the airport, the main police station have been recovered, and the hospital have been recovered from the gangs. And some of the gang leaders who were taunting us before have even signed for peace and are willing to engage. So they are doing a good job. We are praying for them. We hope there will be no untoward incidents. With regard to the second issue from the member for Kwanza, it is true we disarmed 400 National Police Reservists who were serving in Trans Nzoia. And there was a reason, because the NPRs were being misused. Number two, Trans Nzoia is fairly peaceful, except along the border, small issues. So we will be vetting and returning on a needs basis a smaller number of NPRs, but the number of 400 NPRs in Trans Nzoia was disproportionate with the challenge that we have in that county compared to other counties that are a little more needy. Then finally, the member for Imenti North asked about passports. When I assumed office, passport was a crisis like no other. Kenyans were waiting for a year, 6 months, 3 months, 8 months. They were bribing. They had to bribe to get passports. We had no printers, and so forth and so on. Today, we have not only paid the pending bills to the suppliers, we have enough printing equipment for personalization of passports. We have even upscaled our system, that is the ICT system, and we have cleared the backlog from 784,000 when it was at the highest, and today there's no backlog. We are issuing passports within 7 days, starting 1st of August, today. That was our deadline. We complied with that deadline 4 weeks ago, at the beginning of July. Our next deadline is therefore to bring the passport waiting period to 3 days by 1st of November this year. And we are on course. I am very happy. This is one area where we've made a lot of progress. Of course, there are small challenges here and there. We believe that we've not eradicated corrupt staff completely. We have a new crop of staff, about 120, but we are not sure that corruption has been eradicated from that directorate. And we are working on that to ensure, we'll be working on that if we are approved, to ensure that we clean up the whole place. With regard to IDs and Huduma number and Maisha number, the reason for the 10-year limit is because of technology. Because unlike the ID that we are used to, the second generation ID we have, the third generation ID is a technology card, and technology keeps on growing old, and therefore that's why we have a 10-year period, and that's why even passports, they normally have a time frame. You cannot have a passport for life. That is the idea. It is not to punish Kenyans. The card has a bit of technology chips, and we want to upgrade that chip based on the security threats that will be identified by that time. The Maisha number issue is before court. We hope we will vacate the orders that were issued 2 days ago, because the problem we are having with delays with issuance of IDs is because of court orders. Last year, between November and March this year, there was a court injunction against us issuing IDs, which brought a huge backlog of almost 600,000. We cleared that backlog. We were actually left with 92,000 with those in the waiting list. And then another court injunction was issued again 2 days ago. We hope we'll be vacating it by Friday, hopefully, so that we can be able to move on with issuing IDs to the people of Kenya. I submit.
Mercy.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Let me take you to the budgets. Following the recent government budget cuts across all sectors, what innovative ways will you use to mitigate the negative impacts of the budget cuts in the Ministry of Interior and National Security? Secondly, what will you prioritize if approved? What programs will you prioritize, and what will be the impact of implementing those priorities? And Kenyans are also asking, because of the unemployment situation in the country, is the recruitment of police officers affected by the budget cuts? And if not, what innovative ways, again, will you use to recruit them differently? Because as it stands, Kenyans are concerned that recruitment of police officers has become a preserve of the rich, or of those who can afford to sell some land. So how are you going to make sure that employment opportunities in the Ministry of Interior are open to all Kenyans, irrespective of their tribe, their religion, where they come from, whether they have money or not? Thank you.
Hold, Professor. Yes, Missy, take those two.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prof, you'll go down the history as the first minister to be vetted twice in one term, one presidential term. Of course, the others who are coming, but for now you are the first, and that history will not be, will be there forever. And I'll take you back to what you said in the Senate, that history is replete with strong and powerful dictators who are brought down by the power of the people. And I dare say you've been brought back here to this vetting by the power of the people. I want to refer you to an event, because you are a member of the National Security Council. This is the core of the security of this nation. I want to refer you to an event in history in 1962, during the Cuban Missile Crisis, something I know you are much aware of, because you are an international law student or professor. During this time, the then president of US, J.F. Kennedy,
we had a standoff with the Soviet Union, Nikita Khrushchev. And there was an ex-com committee members, comprising of 14 members, almost akin to what we have here as the National Security Council. All those 14 members agreed that to deploy. It took JF Kennedy brother's advice to do otherwise. I'm not asking you to be consulting your brother, but if it were not for the brother's advice, then we could have experienced the first nuclear war to the destruction of the world. Now, I look at the events that have happened here as a result of either good or bad decision of the National Security Council. And just like somebody said, that there is always an inclination towards consensus, even if a decision is bad, that the committee of people could easily incline towards psychological consensus to the destruction or to the results of a bad decision. Does National Security Council of this republic also suffer from groupthink? Groupthink in a way that there is no devil's advocate to give an alternative decision making that can save the country. Then, Speaker, if you may allow me the last, very brief. You've tried to explain the donning of the uniform, the police uniform. What surprises me, Prof, is that you give instructions to police, you give press conferences, you are adorned in the uniform of the police. But when it comes to the crimes committed against humanity by the police, that's where you say the police are independent. How independent is your uniform?
Professor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with regard to the budget cuts, we will prioritize what we consider the 5 biggest national security threats in our programming. And those are the threats of terror, organized crime, drugs, the need for drug controlling narcotic drugs, the fight against climate change, and also extremism in its various forms, religious, political, or whatever extremism, because extreme behavior can annihilate the nation. With regard to recruitment, going forward, we will ensure that each and every Kenyan, boy or girl who is recruited, can be accounted for. Because in the past, we've had so many claims of corruption and so many claims of favoritism, and therefore going forward, it's going to be demanded from the police that they account for every recruitment slot that they fill. We have a big problem of corruption in the country, and we hope the National Police Leadership Academy and the programs we want to put there as we look for succession management and new managers of security will be able to fight corruption in the National Police Service. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Amisi asked me, I think the first was just a comment. He said, I've been brought here by the power of people, and I want to say happily, yes. Happily, yes. With regard to the second, and I say happily because it's important for public officials to be put under scrutiny and be measured using the highest possible threshold. So I have no issues, I have no problem. Even if I'm brought here 20 times, I will happily come up and try and explain myself to the people of Kenya and to the representatives of the people of Kenya. I've been asked, the second one, the last one, from the Honorable Amisi, was on whether the National Security Council is suffering from groupthink, and the answer is no. I submit.
Mukami? Honorable Mukami?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to ask our Waziri one question. from a police officer who is concerned. I understand there is a court battle in the court since 2018 between the police constables. There are those who are earning higher salaries than the others. That means there are those who are in job group J, they are earning more salary, and that is why they had gone to the court, because they want to understand why there is a discrimination. The other question, it's about our police officers. Waziri, as you know, our officers really do a lot of work. What policy are you going to put into place to motivate our police officers? Because there are those officers who have stayed in one station for over 20 years. They've never been promoted, they've been never transferred, they are just there in that station. So we need to motivate them. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mishi, Honorable Mishi.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, I want to ask Professor one question. Professor, as the women of this country, we are shocked and we are sick to see the rising number of femicide cases. In fact, we are really shocked when we saw the bodies which were discovered at the quarry, because all the bodies were for ladies or other women. I don't know what is the root cause of this. What contribute to all this? Who slept on the job? We need to know some answers on these issues. Second, Honorable Chairman, I know he has answered issues on the issue of officers using excessive force during protest, but I also wanted to hear from him, what future plans do you have to ensure that future protests are going to be managed in a way that there'll be no loss of lives? Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Professor.
Mr. Speaker, sir, with regard...
Hold, Professor Emaso, you have a point of order?
I think the nominee forgot to respond to mine.
Which one?
It was on the budget and the issue of recruitment.
He did.
I think I can respond together.
He did.
Okay.
He did, very clearly. I know I was misleading you to raise that issue.
Mr. Speaker, with regard to the police officers who have been in court about salaries, mainly these were graduate police constables, people or officers who joined at constabulary level. During their time, they went to school and studied for a degree. They have been arguing that they need to be taken straight to inspectorate. And there has been a long court battle. As soon as that court matter is settled by the apex court, we'll implement whatever decision will come from our judiciary. With regard to that matter going forward, we will implement the recommendations of the Maraga Task Force, which creates two-tier police service where you can serve in the lower ranks, and the academic requirements are different. You serve from constable to senior sergeant, or you enter the police service at inspectorate level if you are a graduate as a cadet, so that we professionalize a little more the police service and also expedite leadership generation through cadets who can assume responsibility as OCSs and commanders at county level and so forth, to avoid a situation where you have officers seeking to extend their time in office senior levels simply because of a lack of generation of younger commanders. With regard to the motivation, we are working with the National Police Service Commission, and if I am approved, I will proceed with this discussion to provide a clearer policy on promotions, transfers, and some form of reward system which will help motivate our officers. At the moment, before I left office, we were implementing the 3-year transfer policy, I think we were at 45% compliance because of the logistical and the financial implications. If I am reappointed, if I am approved by this House, I will complete that 3-year transfer policy to make sure that it happens. And also, we will have a fast-track promotion arrangement for officers who do very well. For example, if you are county police commander, you help in reducing crime, you help in fighting femicide, you help in fighting you have certain targets which you meet. You should be promoted faster than somebody else who is in the same level, but their performance indicators are in the negative. Finally, I've been asked 2 questions by the Honorable Mishimboko. The first one is on femicide. It is true, the cases of femicide we are seeing are worrying for the country, and it's also true we have critical gaps, especially at the lower levels of our policing and security apparatus, both the National Intelligence Service, the National Police Service, and also Ngao. And those are things that we need to work on to avoid situations like what we are seeing. The incident that happened in Kware is quite devastating, quite a grave breach of the security of our women, and it's something that I'm taking with all seriousness. Finally, what plans will I have if I am approved by this House to ensure that we do not have loss of life when citizens exercise their right under Article 37? I will be finalizing for publication the guidelines under the Public Order Act, the one I explained earlier, not to take away the light, but to facilitate, to create an environment where it can be enjoyed, to create responsibility on those who are having protests. Because if you say you have a protest to Parliament, for example, and the designated area for protest can only accommodate 1,000 protesters, you cannot say, I want 2 million protesters outside Parliament, because it's not feasible. So we'll have to give those guidelines so that as Kenyans can enjoy these rights while respecting the rights of others in accordance with the Constitution. I submit.
Sharia.
Thank you, Chairman. CS nominee, in the court of public opinion and in some independent surveys done in this country, the Ministry of Interior and National Administration has been identified as the one with the highest prevalence of corruption in this country. How do you intend to address this menace if approved?
Let's take Honorable Barasa also.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Professor, when a Kenyan reads a Gazette notice of Kenya Gazette, they will tend to believe that is the true reflection of a policy direction from government. In March this year, you closed the Ilo gold mine in Moyale, that it will be closed for 30 days following the skirmishes that had taken place. But since then, over 30 lives have been lost, including that of security officers. That particular area has turned out to be a black market for mineral entrepreneurs, and the citizenry have generally lost faith in government and also in the security agency. My question to you, if the House approves your nomination, what is it that you are likely to do to reaffirm the community's faith in that the government does what it says it will do? and also that the security of that area, because Dabel has the inhabitants community, that the security is restored. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, those of us who come from the border areas, we have very porous borders. There's influx of arms, contraband, drugs, and also illegal immigrants. But what we are experiencing also is so many roadblocks and checkpoints. Some actually are rent seekers as opposed to for purposes of security. Professor, if the House approves your nomination, what is it that you are likely to do to ensure there is security for Kenya, but also the communities that are traversing or traveling on those roads are not, to an extent, inhumanly disadvantaged? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Professor.
Mr. Speaker, with regard to the question by the Honorable Shurie, it is true corruption is a big cancer in the National Police Service, in the public sector of our country, the 2 levels of government and the 3 arms of government. In our assessment of national security threats that are existential in nature, I have said earlier we have identified 5 existential threats to our country's future. Terrorism and violent extremism is one of them. Banditry and other organized crimes is the second. The third one is the problem of narcotic drugs, psychotropic substances, and all that goes with that. The fourth one is climate change and how it is creating disruption of livelihoods and breeding conflicts among communities. The fifth one is corruption. And therefore, going forward, if I'm reappointed, I am going to escalate programs, policies, and measures to eradicate corruption within the organs of the national security that are within the Ministry of Interior, but also propose for the rest of the country, the rest of the government and public sector, measures that can help us secure the country, because it's no longer an issue of the corruption by the police. It's an issue of corruption being able to actually threaten the country's future. And therefore, corruption is top 5 of our national security threat. Lastly, I've been asked about by the Honorable Didoraso about Hilo. It is true. Hilo gold mine in Dabel, Moyale, we closed in March for 30 days, but we've extended those orders. We have identified that area as a disturbed area because we lost some people there who were fighting over mineral rights, mainly illegal miners who had come, even some of them from other countries. So we closed it on security considerations. We are in talks with the Ministry of Mining to see how an orderly resumption of mining activities can happen. I was there physically in June. I was planning to go back in July before this happened. In the interim, we have lost a few people because of illegal activities around there, even as we speak, on a very low scale though. We even lost 2 police officers in the last 2 weeks. So as soon as if I am approved, as soon as I'm in office, I will prioritize the Dabel issue to ensure orderly resumption of lawful mining activities to the benefit of the communities that are there. With regard to borders, the multi-agency roadblocks we have especially the one in Archer's Post, the one in Mombasa, the Garseni Malindi Highway, all the multi-agency roadblocks are working well, including the Kanyonyo one, the one on Garissa Mwingi, Nairobi Highway. What the criminals have done, those who smuggle arms and aliens and drugs, they are using alternative routes. What am I going to do? The same multi-agency approach that we have used on the main highways. We will increase our surveillance and put multi-agency effort, not necessarily roadblocks, but patrol teams by our special forces on the alternative routes that drug traffickers, human traffickers, and other criminals are using to harm our country. I submit.
Honorable Mule.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, nominee. Honorable Speaker, I want to ask Professor that he came to be the Minister for Interior after the last election and be vetted by this committee and approved, and understanding very clearly the economic policy of the Kenya Kwanza policy of bottom-up economic transformation. You have been in office, and I want to bring you to your attention that the National Assembly put up regulations for private security firms to be regulated properly. And in the view of the better or the bottom up, it was to create employment. But in the time you have been in the office, this industry has suffered tremendous losses whereby you have not given them any regulations. You have not restored order and system in the private sector. And I would wish to know exactly what are you going to do. These private companies have been providing employment to more than almost 1.5 million Kenyans, and they could do better if the government enables proper regulations to create that. And you revoked the license of the Private Security Regulatory Authority, whereby 9 companies plus in this country have not been able to create employment. Are you in the tandem of the idea of creating employment or making sure that there is no more employment and reducing the tax collection for the government? Because that is in your docket whereby you need to create environment. And being the last person, Mr. Speaker, I would wish to ask the CS to give us a number of activities he has participated in pro bono work in this country, preview to being a CS or after being nominated as a CS in this country. And last but not least, CS, the issue, I'm the last one, so I just want to give him 10 minutes to respond to me. The nominee, the issue of ID in this country is really, really alarming, especially to the young people who are intending to join institutions of higher learning. And I can assure you, quite a number of them, they are not able to register or for admission in the Institute of Higher Learning. What can you do better to make sure that every young people, and especially the Gen Zs, immediately they are clearing their secondary school, they acquire their IDs at the tail end of their Form 4. Why do we have to wait for them to get out to the field and start struggling to get this opportunity? What collaboration will you do with the Ministry of Education? By the time these young people leave school, they already have an ID. We don't need to wait until they get out here to start struggling. What measures are you going to put if, and I'm using the word if carefully, you'll be approved by Parliament and this committee?
Professor.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the private security regulations emanated from our ministry. of course, were presented to National Assembly for approval. So those regulations themselves speak to the fact that we've been actively involved in generating policy guidance and framework for this very critical sector. In fact, it is my belief, having interacted now with the ministry for 21 months, that the private security, if a little bit regulated in terms of the curriculum and the kind of content those that are recruited there go through, can help us in providing security for some of the private and not so critical installations. And we can vet some of the deserving cases to even be armed, so that instead of having a police officer manning a supermarket or even a bank, sometimes like it happens in Uganda and other countries, you can have very qualified private security people vetted and armed to supplement the work of the police, so that we don't overstretch the national police officers. On the second issue from the Honorable Mule, it is true that the Private Security Regulatory Authority had revoked 9 licenses. The 9 companies appealed to the Cabinet Secretary, and I reversed that revocation in accordance with Section 43 of the Act. So those licenses that were revoked, they were reinstated on appeal. Then the issue of pro bono work. Pro bono work, I understand it to mean unpaid work. That's the understanding of pro bono work from my very limited legal background. I don't know, like which one now, maybe in church or at home or where. Because since I became minister, I have no free time to do anything. I have no time to do anything. I hardly sleep, I hardly have a weekend. Night and day are the same for me. But before then, I used to volunteer in many activities, some organized by Law Society of Kenya, some organized by church organizations, etc., etc. The last question by the Honorable Mule is on identity cards. We have suffered the current discomfort because of court injunctions. That's number one. Court injunctions for 4 months between last year and early this year, and right now there's even another court injunction. Number two, we have suffered the disruption because of change in technology from the second generation ID to the third generation ID. And I have explained the need for us to change the technology, because the current ID we have, the second generation ID, cannot be recognized outside this country. It cannot even be a travel document. The security features are very rudimentary, very basic. And therefore the move to new technology, better technology, more secure document has caused disruption. Court injunctions have also caused distraction. And just like passports, in the event that I am reappointed, because the member said he used if deliberately, of course, I also want to promise, if I am reappointed, the same way I have focused on reforming the immigration directorate and helping unclog the passport inefficiency problem, I will focus on IDs and also birth and other citizen documents to ensure that we get optimum results. In fact, for example, a death or birth certificate should be obtained the same day, within 12 hours on application. And perhaps the ID, we should be able again to once we get out of the court injunction, we should be able to retain the 7-day a target. At the moment, we are working with 21 days before the injunction.
Thank you, Nominee. Sorry. Naisula, I didn't want to go another round.
Speaker, I will not, after this nominee, I'll never ask for another round, and it's not a question, it's just a comment, because I'm very passionate about the issues on North Rift, and if the nominee happens to be approved by this committee and the National Assembly, I would like to just say that even as you deal with security matters and the hardware, please remember also peace and dialogue of those communities. Now that there seems to be some semblance of calm, this is the best opportunity to now engage those communities to deal with the stereotypes and also for them to be able to remove the criminals among the communities. Please, in case this committee passes you, approves you, ensure that you have a budget that will help you to engage the communities so that we can deal this issue once and for all. For Shakahola and Kware and all the other issues, we want to see action and not just talk.
Yes. Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for the supplementary one. In conclusion, CS Nominee, your appointing authority has considered to the country that one of the failings that the President considered to was lack of communication. You have told us here of very good measures that you have taken in the State Department for Immigration, especially in the processing of passports and all that. However, that information is never in the purview of the public, members of the public. And indeed, I have an incident, CS, where a Kenyan in the US called me very desperate that they could not get their passport despite having paid somebody about 20,000 shillings. For a passport, was, I think the normal charges are about 4,000 or 3,000 something. And when I followed up the case, the person who was even paid this bribe was not an officer at the Immigration Department, and it took the intervention of the Director General of Immigration, Ms. Evelyn, to get the DCI to hunt for that person. Somebody extorting Kenyans' money from Eastlands, pretending to be working in Nyayo House. And therefore, the lack of communication aspect in your ministry is what I want you to address. Should you, or if you are approved, what are you going to do to ensure that there is proper communication to the public so that the public are not taken advantage of by criminals out there in Eastlands and elsewhere who are extorting bribes from Kenyans on the pretext that they are working in Nyayo House? And just like Owen Bayer said, you once declared Nyayo House a crime scene. That crime scene now seems to have moved from Nyayo House to the periphery of Nyayo House and other areas. I would want to hear what specific measures you intend to take to make sure there is proper communication. Kenyans know how much they ought to pay and to who, and so that they're not taken advantage of, because you are also aware that has been very rampant.
Chairman, thank you. Chairman, I just wanted to ask the CS, this issue of the IDs. Professor, you say the IDs will expire after 10 years. Have you put into consideration the vast areas, people like in North Turkana, how far they travel to get IDs? Because IDs are not like passport, they're essential documents that people must have all the time. After, you know, it will be cumbersome for them to go to those centers to go and get IDs. And secondly, on this unrest, you have seen that, as you have said, the IG resigned. But are you aware in your absence while you are away? We used to have Baba while you are away, but while you are away, that a new IG was appointed.
He's still away, he can't answer that.
No, but that, what is your take? That we were told
away.
60 years, Mr. Speaker, I'm putting it in a better way.
Yes.
We were told when somebody reaches 60 years, he should leave the public service. Are you aware that a new IG has been nominated who's 64 years or 63 years, who has retired, who is being recycled? I don't know what extra thing is going to bring. And my last question is on illicit brews. The Interior Ministry has been accused by the Deputy President of sabotaging the war in illicit brews. Is the war on illicit brews only being waged in Mount Kenya? What aspects of this war are being undertaken in the Interior Ministry, and what is being done by the Office of the Deputy President? How much funds have been used in this war in the last 2 years when you were the Interior Ministry, before you were fired?
Nominee, on the issue of the IG, I direct you not to answer the question because I've received communication from the President nominating the nominee, who will be vetted by a committee of parliament, and those questions can be raised there. If you answer that here, you'll be prejudicing what is coming to parliament. Answer the other questions.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Nasula was a comment. We have taken it on board. Honorable Kimani Chungwa's issue was about communication. When I assumed office in October 2022, I began a habit of every 3-4 months updating the country on the status of our homeland security. We've not had one in a while. I had planned one for June, which was postponed and thereafter disrupted. We will use our public accountability updates on security matters to communicate more on what we are doing. And the next, if I am approved by this House, the next public accountability address will feature more on the reforms we have made at Immigration Department, because I think there we've made a lot of success. People concentrate on the banditry thing, but I think also on the passport issue we made a lot of success. Where we still have problems is the IDs and other aspects of citizenship documents. With regard to the ID, the question by the Honorable Junaid Mohammed, the reason for the 10-year limit, there are 2 reasons. It's actually one reason. It's because of changes in technology. Unlike the ID we have, which has no security features, and therefore it can be timeless. But we'll find a way of making it convenient to the people of Kenya to renew after the 10 years, so that you don't create a crisis by people, and we can do that by even having a phased out renewal process to ensure that again we don't inconvenience masses of people. So the problem is technology and the security features in the 3rd generation ID, which is going to be physical, that is the Maisha card. It is going to be also digital, the digital ID. You can have it digitally. So all those are options for the 3rd generation ID, quite sophisticated in tandem with the current trends in security on identity documents. With regard to the issue raised on brews, I would be hesitant to respond to the comment associated with the Deputy President for obvious reasons. But I think, to the best of my knowledge, the Minister of Interior was not cited as frustrating the war. If there are specific officers in the ministry, I think that is something that needs to be looked into to make sure that all of us are reading from the same script. The government policy is to make sure that illicit brews, toxic substances and drugs are not provided to our kids, not just in central Kenya, but everywhere in the country. With regard to how much money the Deputy President Office has used, again, I am not privy, and I think that is the office that can answer that question. How much funds have we used in the fight against brew? We have not allocated any special budget in the Ministry of Interior in the fight against illicit alcoholic drinks and drugs. We have used our normal budgets, our normal security operations budget, to carry out that program as part of the normal programs. I submit.
Professor, I'll ask you 1 or 2 questions. The first one is a furtherance on the issue of IDs. As you introduce a 10-year ID, just take into account that an ID in this country is everything. You can't enter a supermarket, you can't open a bank account. The old and PWDs cannot access social safety net funds without an ID. Now, if you are going to have that ID last for 10 years, then you must put in place a seamless renewal process so that people don't suffer because of failure to renew an ID card. And you, as if you are approved to go back to office, I would want to see that you draft regulations that will guide and manage renewal of IDs and bring to Parliament for approval. The second issue I want to ask you, nobody asked you, prisons fall under your authority if you are approved. What are you doing, or what do you propose to do about prison reforms? I remember when we were senators and we went with you to Kitui, and we found prisoners literally half naked, poorly dressed, and looking like they were very poor hygienic conditions in which they were operating. What are you going to do, if approved, in prison reforms to make prisons more humane? And also, what are you going to do to reverse the continuing stealing and grabbing of public land occupied by prisons in the country, which is going on all over? Thirdly, the new constitution allows Kenyans who had left the country, taken greener pastures, and acquired citizenships of other countries to reacquire Kenyan citizenship on application. That's what the constitution says. But we get a lot of communication and phone calls from Kenyans out there who are struggling to reclaim their citizenship because they have either British or American or whatever citizenship. What are you doing to simplify? Because the constitution says you reclaim your citizenship on application. What are you going to do to simplify the process of reclaiming citizenship by Kenyans who lost their citizenship? If you can answer those, then I'll come to other simpler questions to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, on the first issue of IDs, I agree with your recommendation and guidance that we should consider seamless transition from after the 10 years to avoid creating a crisis. I believe it will be possible because we had a similar situation with passports when we went into e-passports. So what you do, for example, is to say that the ID that has expired will continue operating until you get a new one, for example, because you cannot be faulted because of a government administrative measure. Number two, we will make sure that we anticipate and put in place a rapid response initiative where you deploy additional facilities, additional service points, additional personnel, even if it's on a temporary basis, at a time when many of these IDs will be expiring. But by and large, the old ID, the expired ID should work until when the state gives you a new one, because it's simply for technology purposes, safety features. It is not that we will give again another ID. It might even be the same depending on whether or not we will consider that ID as being secure, a secure document by that time. With regard to regulations as guided, we will prioritize that, Mr. Speaker. With regard to Kenya prisons, we have part of the Maraga Task Force report. We have a number of recommendations on modernizing and reforming the prisons, which we are taking up. I have prepared a CAP memo which had not been submitted to cabinet, but I'm sure if I'm reappointed, that will be a priority. And the areas of reform include making the prison enterprises more productive by investing in better technology in their workshops to make sure they produce more competitive goods which are affordable. Number two, welfare issues.
In fact, these seats you see here were made by prisons.
Absolutely. So if they are empowered, because that is labor and skill is available, if they are given better equipment and for carpentry, for masonry and other skills in the prisons, we're going to have better output and generate more revenue and avoid the prisons relying on S-check all the time in these times of constrained budget. We also want to make sure that we improve on welfare issues, including the terms and conditions of service of prison wardens. Is part of the Maraga Task Force recommendation in consultation with the SRC. We also are working on software issues, for example, providing mattresses. We have a program called One Prisoner, One Mattress program, where up to now we have provided 10,000 from our budget, but also with the support of other partners. And we want to make sure that every prisoner at least has a mattress, as we even work on physical facilities and the housing for our prison warders. We want to construct 28,000, and we have already, I think, I don't have the figures right now, but I think we've done nearly 500 in different prison facilities. We want to do 28,000, which should almost meet the entire demand, because that is almost the population of our prison personnel complement. Other than that, the prison land, there are certain serious encroachments on prison land. The most notorious one is the Kitale prison land, where out of the 3,000 acres, only less than 300 are available. The rest have been grabbed by powerful and former senior people in various administrations and their friends. We will have to recover it. We have engaged the National Land Commission and other stakeholders. We will recover the land. They say that every prison land must have a title deed. Many of our prison lands are not titled, so we are working with the protected through titling. The last question, Mr. Speaker, sir, you asked is about those Kenyans who are regaining citizenship. We have made tremendous progress, and I want to admit, in line with what the Leader of Majority said, I think the communication is what we need to improve on. We have made tremendous improvement and reforms in the processing of citizenship applications by foreign nationals who want to be Kenyans, but also by Kenyans who had lost their nationality before the 2010 Constitution and are now entitled to reapply. When I came to office, there were 2,700 pending applications. I cleared the backlog within 30 days. Right now, we are receiving applications on a rolling basis. I had directed the Directorate to ensure that from the time of application to the time the Minister signs off that application for regaining citizenship, it should not be more than 21 days. And I think that is work in progress. Lastly, how do we simplify? We will reduce the paperwork. There is a bit of paperwork in that Directorate, and we want to reduce it and go digital and make sure that we even bring the timelines from 21 days to 7 days to possibly 3 days on application. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lastly, nominee, do you hold any leadership position in any political party?
No.
Have you ever been adversely mentioned in any integrity-related reports?
No.
On investigations? Do you hold citizenship of any other country?
No.
What is your worth?
694 million.
Made of?
made of I have two homes, one in Nairobi and one in Tharaka Nithi. Then I have landed buildings, about 235 million. My two homes are worth 190 million. And then I also have savings in SACCOs and banks. I also do legal practice, so I have a bit of revenue that I've generated through my law firm, and that is it. And I forgot, Mr. Speaker, when I was filling in, I forgot to add, I have vehicles of about 17 million, which are not part of that report. I apologize. I remembered after I had submitted the questionnaire.
Honorable members, we received memoranda from one Eliud Karanja Matindi, Isaac Alwacher, Joseph Mwathi Nyanjui, Khalid Ibrahim, Aisha Adan, Sonia Mushila, Masi Murug, Ahmed Sigat, Okio Mtato Koit, David Malombe, and Collins Onyango. We forwarded them to the nominee, and the nominee responded to all of them in writing. We have them on record. Professor, we allocated 2 hours. We've done with you 2 hours and 10 minutes. We want to inform you that this brings to an end our interaction with you. The clerk has checked all your documents against what you submitted, have been found to be correct and in order.
One, two, sound check. 1, 2, 1, 2, sound check. Mic testing. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Collins, sasa
Sawa, imetosha. Imetosha.
Ndio nataka kuchukua
Umevuta ya kutosha? Pinga nani? Na ito unatumia? Unataka kuweka
Well, Sergeant, the room is getting very hot. Murugara, are you feeling the same? Yes. It's above average. Cool it a bit.
How many degrees is that? How many degrees?
Sergeant, bring the next nominee. Do we have quorum? Yes. Good. Good morning. Is your name Dr. Deborah Mlongo Barasa?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
I'm not a chair, I'm a speaker or a chairman.
Okay.
Yes. You will take an oath before you get engagement with us. You have a choice between the Bible, the Quran, or affirmation, depending on your faith. Which one do you opt for?
The Bible.
Go ahead. Be upstanding.
I.
Your right hand. And then speak to the mic.
I, Dr. Deborah Mlongo Barasa.
Is the mic on? Sergeant?
Touch it like that. I, Dr. Deborah Mlongo Barasa, do swear that the evidence I shall give before the committee on the matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Very good. You may take your seat. Dr. Barasa, welcome to this session of vetting your suitability to hold office to which the President has nominated you. This is a committee of Parliament discharging its responsibility under the Constitution and the law. Yours truly here is the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Chairman of this committee. With me on my right is the distinguished Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Gladys Boss. On my left is the Clerk to the National Assembly, and I'll invite all members to introduce themselves.
Kemani Shongo. Junet Mohammed.
Nelson Koech.
I'm David Kosing, MP, Poko South.
Vicaria David.
Mary.
Mary Emase.
Abdul Rahim Dawood.
I'm Ferdinand Kevin Wanyonyi.
Owen Bayer.
Robert Mbui.
Stephen Mule.
Didoraso.
Abdi Shurie.
Mishimboko.
Caleb Amisi.
Excellent. Dr. Barasa. We'll start by inviting you to make a brief introduction of yourself in not more than 5 minutes, telling us your name, your educational background, your work experience, and any key competencies that you have that you think is suitable for your appointment as a cabinet secretary. Go ahead.
Honorable Chair, honorable members, I'd like to take this opportunity to appreciate His Excellency the President, as well as the nominated committee, to give me this opportunity to present myself as the nominated Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Health. Thank you so much for your invitation and consideration.
That is your name, your education background, work experience.
I am Dr. Deborah Mlongo Barasa. I am a qualified medical doctor. I have more than 18 years medical expertise and public health professional background. I'd like also to say that I am a wife, a mother, and has 4 lovely children. I'm also a twin. So I have a vast experience in terms of policy advice, strategic direction, technical advice, and clinical practice. I have worked in the public sector as well as the private sector. I have worked from the primary care level, the community health programs, up to national level at the Kenyatta national level. I have also worked with the national technical working groups within the ministry. Equally, I have served with multiple Ministry of Health focal points within the Eastern Southern Africa region. They are 22 countries in number, as well as the 47 WHO Afro member states, supporting them in strengthening their IPC or infection prevention and control programs. I have also been a participant in global strategies, global action plans, and also in the development of guidelines at a global level. In WHO, I worked for more than 4 years supporting various member states in strengthening their infection prevention and control programs. I supported them in matters policy advising, in strategic direction, and in technical advice. Implementing activities including development of guidelines, facility assessment, among others. My key achievements in the span of my medical practice include the strengthening of programs. At the beginning of COVID-19, we had only 4 programs within our 4 countries with infection prevention and control programs within the Eastern Southern Africa region. And at this time, I'm proud to say that we have 22 countries within the Afro region which have strengthened their infection prevention and control programs. So I supported in matters of development of their strategic, their national action plans, and also in developing guidelines, facility assessment, monitoring and evaluation framework, among others. Equally, I supported in emergency response, in emergency preparedness, readiness, and response pillar.
That will do. I will now invite the Deputy Speaker to be the first to ask you a question. When questions are asked, we expect precise and concise answers. Deputy Speaker.
Dr. Barasa, as you're aware, the health financing strategy of 2020 to 2030 notes that the Kenya's health financing is inadequate, incomplete, and inconsistent, and poses a challenge to the establishment of a universal health coverage. And now, with the shift from NHIF to SHIF, I mean, the effectiveness of the transition is being debated by Kenyans. So what are the primary gaps and challenges that you perceive in the implementation, and what should you do to address them if confirmed as Minister of Health?
Dr. Barasa, can I answer that?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, for the question. For the primary gaps and challenges, my approach is a consultative approach. I believe that it is critical that we bring all stakeholders together. The Director General as well, the PSS, the National Technical Working Group, stakeholders as well as other sectors, including Treasury. We also need to involve the community. It is imperative that the community is informed and that they are aware and they own the SHI. Without the community owning it, implementation will be difficult. And so we need to strengthen communication, receive feedback, and analyze. In the consultative process, we need to conduct a situational analysis to see the strengths, the weaknesses, opportunities, and threats for the implementation of the SHI, and come up with priority actions to intervene and support in a seamless way. So, as I said earlier, community ownership is critical. Equally, we need to strengthen the operations and the logistics. If we don't have enough financing for the SHI, then the implementation will not be seamless. Equally, we need to address the logistics challenges that may arise during that. One of the challenges that I have seen Kenyans talking about is the Linda Mama. And before coming even before you, honorable members, it was raised to me. And I believe that it is critical that we have a transition plan or a transition guideline to ensure that our mothers and our children can access care even during the transition process.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. CS Nominee Deborah, I see you have very good experience from your professional background and having worked in the private sector in healthcare. And one of the issues that probably might have come to attention is the ills that bedeviled the defunct NHIF. And the move by government, and I'm certain you may have taken keen interest on the Social Health Insurance Fund and the challenges that are there now with the Social Health Insurance Fund. One of the problems that we've had with the NHIF is collusion between staff at NHIF and private medical care providers, unfortunately including faith-based ones. And we have seen exposés in the media of very small private hospitals raking in millions, hundreds of millions from NHIF. I would want to hear what, having looked at SHIF, which I'm certain you must have looked into, what are the measures you intend to put in place should you be approved? One, to curb the theft that has been witnessed in NHIF by both the public and private medical practitioners, especially owners of private hospitals. Two, how do you intend to leverage on technology to ensure, one, that you bring down the cost of healthcare in this country? There are hospitals that will charge NHIF 200 shillings for paracetamol. There are others within the same vicinity that will charge the same fund 30 to 50 shillings. How do you intend to utilize technology to curb some of those things?
You may proceed to answer.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for raising the concerns, and indeed I understand and have interacted with various Kenyans that have raised the very same concern. First of all, my approach is a consultative approach involving the multiple stakeholders, from the PSS, Director General, the National Technical Working Groups, the NHIF, among others, including the community who are receiving the services. And with this, we need to conduct a situational analysis to understand the challenges, and from there, come up with interventions and action plans. But from an outside view and working in various organizations, I have seen the strength of having processes and procedures, of which I believe the government has, and we need to strengthen this. One of the ways is using a digital platform that will reduce the human-to-human interaction and will be able to monitor challenges. And this needs to be implemented first on a phased approach, but ultimately at a national level. And that way, we'll be able to monitor various services that have been given. We'll be able to monitor the quality. We'll also monitor the prices, the stockouts, etc. So I believe it's critical that we embrace the digital platform as Kenyans. Again, transparency and accountability frameworks are critical, so we need to look into this. And I believe that the National Technical Working Group is really competent, having interacted with them in the WHO environment, and I think we can work together with the multi-sectoral approach to ensure that we have transparency and accountability, open tenders, among others. We may also consider using external bodies to monitor and ensure that we have no challenges in that. And leveraging on technologies, I believe it's time that Kenyans embrace telemedicine and also embrace the digital platform as discussed earlier.
Junet?
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, my question to Dr. Deborah is, Madam Nominee, as you are aware, health is majorly a devolved function. Health matters happen at the county level. But the problem this country has encountered for the last 10 years or so, since the new constitution and that devolved health functions, is because there is no seamless working system between the national government and the county governments. It is devolved, but you'll see a lot of things are happening at the national level. All the complaints are at the national level, and these things are supposed to be at the devolved, because the dispensary at the village there is what matters. So how do you intend to make sure that health is really devolved and resources are taken to devolved units so that people can get the services at in the road there, I mean at the village there? And my last question is, you can see health, the number of medical students also are increasing, and the number is becoming big. There are more health workers that are being trained, even as doctors. But the institutions that are training them now are becoming deplorable, in a very bad state. Do you think that will compromise the quality of healthcare or the quality of services Kenyans get? Thank you very much.
You may proceed to answer.
Through you, Honorable Chair, I would like to respond to the Honorable Member regarding the health, the devolved government. So again, a consultative approach. I believe we need to involve the national team as well as the county government to have open dialogue and come up with interventions. We need to look at the situational analysis and see where are the strengths, the weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And from there, we need to come up with priority interventions. So I'm coming out of the government, but I believe having open dialogue, having consultations, and coming up to ensure we understand where the national team stops and where does the county begin. Another thing that will ensure seamless flow of information and also to ensure monitoring from national level, county level, down to facility level is the health information system, a digital platform, so that the reporting system is picked up and goes to the national level and also trickles down to the facility, as well as tracking and monitoring of infectious diseases, quality of services, and also addressing the matters of corruption. So again, it will be critical for us to embrace the digital platform in this case. Regarding the medical students, what I would say is the health workforce is a critical pillar in health systems. All our health workers are important. The doctors, the nurses, lab technicians, physiotherapists, nutritionists, among other cadres. And let's not forget the morticians and the cleaners who are frequently forgotten. And I think it's critical to say that during COVID-19, we saw that these cadres were actually disproportionately affected by COVID-19 and even other infections like tuberculosis and Ebola. And so we need to strengthen our health workforce. With the numbers increasing, I believe, again, it's a consultative effort. We need to bring unions on board. We need to bring professionals on board, the doctors on board, and come up with strategies and areas of improvement. We also need to strengthen our regulatory system to ensure that we are bringing out doctors and other health workers or professions who are qualified, because we are also thinking of these doctors or nurses and other professions working outside Kenya. So we need to ensure that we are providing quality, top-notch quality and highly experienced health workers that are able or capable to work in the in other international spaces.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Deborah, my question is that the instances where doctors have been going on strike have risen, with the recent one being the interns in July 2024. And we know what that means, especially to the Kenyan populace. I'd just like to know how, moving forward, you'd like to resolve this issue, looking at the root causes so that it doesn't recur. And also we have the community health promoters, where they're also saying that there's stipend delays, it is low. How do we just ensure that people who work in the health sector, because it's a very important sector, are taken care of in terms of their remuneration and also their welfare? The last question to you is that whether you understand the magnitude of the ministry that you will be leading. You have very critical departments and areas. We have KEMSA, you have the malaria control, you have the AIDS Council, you have the ministry itself, you have SHIF, you have all that. How will you ensure, or what leadership skills will you use to ensure that the policies that you put in place, you implement, cascades to all those departments, and not, because we see in health department and also some of the big departments in this country where a CS just wakes up one morning and start issuing different directives, right, left, and center. I would like to know what leadership skills you will use to ensure that does not happen.
Go ahead and answer.
Through you, Honorable Chair. And thank you, Honorable Member, for the questions. So indeed, the doctor's strike has been a challenge over time in immemorial, and every cabinet secretary has dealt with that challenge. And so there's need to look for long-term solutions. I believe that the long-term solutions are with us. So we need to work together with the unions, the doctors themselves, the interns. We need to work with the bodies, the Ministry of Education, among other stakeholders, to come up with a solution. I don't have a solution, but what I am saying is we need to have a situational analysis and be able to develop action plans following that. There is a Doctors Interns Act that I believe is ongoing, and I think that is one of the areas we can start with and strengthen. Equally, there are the return to work formulas that were given to the doctors, of which we can implement with support from Treasury and other sectors. Regarding the multiple departments, I would want to run the office with high integrity. I have seen that we have wonderful national technical leads in the office. We have DG, we have the PSS. I believe by having weekly meetings and sharing reports, conducting monitoring and evaluation routinely, we can be able to strengthen this. But we need to align it with the national strategy and the MTP plan, identify the priority activities, the timeline, and the budget. And if the Treasury is able to provide the budget, then we can implement. And also based on outbreaks that are at hand. As you are aware, there is a monkeypox outbreak, and also we need to ensure that we are prepared and ready to respond to such outbreaks.
Nelson.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Daktari, universal healthcare was a key pillar of Kenya Kwanza manifesto. Given the recent High Court suspension of the Social Health Insurance Act 2023 and the Digital Act 2023 due to what they call insufficient public participation, what will be your strategy to ensure that the public is adequately informed and engaged in key decisions that pertain to their health welfare? How will you then increase public awareness about the benefits and procedures of National Health Insurance Scheme to encourage greater participation and understanding amongst Kenyans?
Through you, Honorable Chair, thank you, Honorable Member, for the question. Indeed, I'm a believer of accessible, affordable, quality of care to all Kenyans, including the orphaned, the vulnerable, the needy in our community, the widows, among others. So I believe that we need to embrace a universal health coverage. Right from the community level, with the community health promoters, I have worked in the Eastlands, and I have seen the critical role they play in terms of bringing health back to the community. I have seen the importance of the primary care level. There is an article we published in WHO. I was part of the team that looked, and we realized that the primary care networks are weak and they need to be strengthened, because that is the primary or the first interaction with the patient, and equally the other levels of care. And so the challenge is that Kenyans have highlighted the 2.75% taxation, and they have not embraced the universal health coverage. They have not seen its importance in terms of accessible, affordable, quality of care for all, including the vulnerable, the disabled, the widows, among others. And I believe that it is critical for us to ensure that we have robust communication with the community. I think it is important that they own this initiative, and they are part of it even during implementation. That way, the uptake will be great, and we will see many Kenyans achieving this. And from our side, I think it's critical that once we have promised our fellow Kenyans, we need to deliver and ensure that every Kenyan has access to affordable, quality care.
Posing.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Dr. Barasa, having been nominated for this position, you know that health is generally or greatly devolved. And there have been a clamor or a debate outside there that we should have a national commission for doctors or practitioners, health practitioners and so on, and for good reason. And one of the reasons is to balance health practitioners at the county level, because that is where the biggest problem is, Madam Dr. Barasa. Because of lack of balance of medical or specialized medical people, you find that actually some of these hospitals are running like maybe, I would say, Panadol hospitals. All county hospitals actually run like Panadol hospitals. Because Panadol is just something small to make you at least live till tomorrow. Take an example of North Rift. Turkana County, West Pokot County, Elgeyo Marakwet County, Trans Nzoia County, even Bungoma County. Almost everybody is going to Eldoret for medical services. Why? Because they don't find those services. Maybe because of lack of specialized practitioners. So my two questions. One, will you support the clamor for the constitutional amendment to have this commission to be able to work out on that balancing of medical practitioners so that our people can get medical services at the right places at the county level? Or if that's a long term, what will you do if Parliament approves you, in working together with governors, to be able to increase or help that health specialist at the county level so that at least we can have our people at local level receiving medical services? Thank you, Speaker.
Through you, Honorable Chair, I would like to answer the question by the Honorable Member. Indeed, with the devolution, we've seen a lot of challenges. My approach, again, would be a consultative approach involving the counties, involving the National Technical Working Group, the DG, the PS, and all the stakeholders involved, including partners. And in this case, we need to have these consultations in routine basis to discuss the HR capacity. Additionally, we need to come with strategies, action plans, including regulations, to ensure that all the counties have the appropriate specialists. And we can monitor the presence and the activities of the specialists using a digital platform, of which I strongly advocate for. I can also say that I am a member of the Eastern Central Southern African College of Physicians. And in this program, I was the initial group of trainers that was trained in Entebbe. And this program was rolled out in Kenya. And we are almost having the first lot graduating, and they're 41 in number. Additionally, there are other specialist training going on for gynecology and obstetrics, as well as surgery. And these are areas that we can engage with the programs and see how to support the various counties so that they can have specialists trained within the facility.
Vicaria.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry. Daktari Deborah, nitauliza kwa Kiswahili tuone kama tuta budget kubwa sana ya Ministry ya Health inaenda kwa mambo ya matibabu. Magonjwa yametendeka, tunaenda kutibu na mambo mengine. Kukaja na policy ya kuweka the CHVs, the Community Health Volunteers, ambaye wao watashughulika sana na kujaribu kuzuia kabla pengine, na unajua hawalipwi kwa wakati unaofaa, na zile hela pia wanazopatiwa ni hela kidogo sana. Pengine njia gani utatumika kuona kama wataweza kupata hela zao kwa wakati unaofaa na pengine kuongeza juu kidogo, ndio waweze kusaidia kwa kuzuia kabla haijafika ile ya kutumia hela nyingi ya kwenda Pili, watu wengi wanapata ajali, emergency na mambo mengine, magonjwa ambayo pengine ama kama ni accidents za barabara. Wanapoenda katika mahospitali yetu, nisiseme ya counties kwa sababu pengine kwa sababu hiyo iko devolved, lakini katika hospitali za serikali wanakatazwa kuwa admitted ama kuchukuliwa katika ile emergency ya dharura ya haraka, kwa sababu hawana pesa za kulipa deposit na mambo mengine. Pengine ni njia gani utachukua kuweza kufanya hali hii isiwe ni kitu cha kurudiwa vile tunavyoona kila wakati? Asante.
Answer.
Through you, Honorable Chair, I would like to answer the question by the Honorable Member. Indeed, the community health program is critical because it brings health back to the community. And community health workers are a strong pillar in health system strengthening. And so we need to embrace them and support them. Working in Fikiria Jamii, which has 17 clinics in the Eastleigh region, the eastern side of Nairobi. It covered Shauri Moyo, Huruma, Mathare, Kariobangi, part of Korogosho up to Kayole. We were able to strengthen the community health program. And what we did is ensure that they were bringing mothers for antenatal care, bringing children for immunization, distributing disinfectants, providing preventive promotion care and rehabilitation, because they were part of the community. And the work was marvelous, and I'm happy that the country is embracing the community health program. And so we need to support them, and again, a consultative effort involving the multiple stakeholders, so that as a team we can come up with action plans and interventions. Equally, we need to involve other sectors like the Treasury and see if we can have funds to allocate for their support. Additionally, partners are critical, as well as the CSOs. So we need to involve partners to collaborate and synergize our efforts in order for us to have the fruitful implementation of community health programs and universal health coverage in general. For the emergencies, again, even as we transition, we need to ensure that they are covered, and we need, even in the UHC program, part of what is covered is emergency conditions. And so I believe that by incorporating this, all Kenyans will be able to access care even in emergent situations.
Honorable Robert Mbui.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nominee, corruption cases have been a major problem in the health sector. Some time back, there were those clinics that were bought, containers that were being charged at about 10 million a piece, which was highly exorbitant. And recently also we've seen when we had COVID, there were scandals at KEMSA, and there was even a recent scandal under this regime which led to the dismissal of the PS then of health. What will you do to minimize, or if possible, completely eradicate this menace of corruption in that health sector?
Through you, Chair, I would like to address the issue of corruption by Honorable Member. Again, a consultative effort. It is important that we think strategically, involve the various stakeholders involved, the National Technical Working Group, the PSs and DGs, to understand, to conduct a situational analysis and see where the gaps are. But from my opinion, I think that we need to strengthen the processes and procedures that exist. And one of the ways is through a digital platform. That way, we reduce the human-to-human interface. We can be able to track, say, for instance, how a Panadol from batch 001 gets from the national up to the patient's hand. Yeah, and so we'll be able to ensure that there is a seamless flow. So I am an advocate for the digital platform. Equally, we can involve external bodies to monitor also the challenges that are involved therein, and we can have routine meetings and feedback. Additionally, we need to have accountability and visibility frameworks, and also work together with the various commissions to address the issue of corruption.
Bayer. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've listened to the nominees so far, Deborah. My name is Owen Bayer. I'm not the honorable member. I hear you talk about situational analysis. I hear you talk, I've counted them, there are 10 now. Digital platform, there are 8 consultations, there are around 7 there. You keep on using the same ones all the time. But the health sector is a big thing, big, very big. And I think it carries one of the biggest budgets in this country. And it has been a Tower of Babel. Okay, there are a lot of conflicting people striking, court cases, a lot of issues. It requires a very high level of leadership. And that high level of leadership is policy. But as I listen to you, I'm not hearing you enunciate or really bring out policy issues apart from consultation. I think the health sector suffers from real strong policies that can drive the sector, so that we have all these issues, these strikes and everything else really not in place. There's been the question that has been asked on, will you support a health service commission, which everybody else has been talking about. Probably that's the panacea for the problems that we have in health. So Deborah, Dr. Deborah, my question is, what skills do you bring? Are you able to work with people much easier? There has been a lot of, the PS is saying this, the minister is saying this, the DG is saying this, the CECs in the counties are saying something else, the governors, the Council of Governors is saying something else. How will you amalgamate all these things and bring real leadership in the health sector so that we do not have the problems that have devolved the health sector over the years? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Go ahead.
Through you, Honorable Chair, I would like to address the question by the Honorable Member, Mr. Owen. Yes, from a leadership and a management perspective, it's always consultative. It's not a one-man show. The people, the National Technical Working Group, have been there for many years. They understand the situation. They understand the gaps. And they're able to come up with interventions. The thing that we need is to support them, to identify the gaps and come up with improvement plan. And so for me, I believe that it's critical that I give the leadership and bringing the people together to collaborate, to synergize, to harmonize, to improve the services that are being given.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Deborah, 2 very quick ones. Ministry of Health is one of the most important ministries in the country. It's for the rich and the very poor, it's for everybody. And what is bedeviling people living in the villages is we have small dispensaries which have no drugs because county governments are not able to stock them. And Kenyans are crying over whether really we should have this under the county governments or we should actually revert the entire ministry to the national government. If a law ever came to revert the ministry to the national government, would you, if approved as the CS for health, support it? Number 1. Number 2, again from the same scenario, everybody goes to a hospital. As soon as God helps you recover, you have no money to settle your bill, and even through Arambes you have all these problems, and eventually hospitals, including public hospitals, start detaining patients. And the converse of that, sometimes you may die and the hospital detains the dead body. What policy would you put in place to ensure there is a balance, that you cannot be detained in hospital forever when you've recovered, or you can't have your body, if you're there, your relatives cannot have your body detained forever? At one point there must be a stop to that. What sort of a policy would you put in place?
And answer?
Through you, Honorable Chair, I would like to address the question by the Honorable Member. Yes, so currently we have a devolved government, but we need to ensure that the supplies and we are monitoring and ensuring that the supplies and services are ongoing in the last mile. And that's why I'm encouraging the digital platform. I have seen it work. I have seen it work in Fikiria Jamii. I've seen it work in Mata Hospital. I have seen it work in the World Health Organization. I have seen us track medicines coming into the port and distributing it across Africa. We can monitor. We can also ensure quality. We can monitor and ensure that the health workers are in the facilities and they are conducting activities as needed. So a digital platform is the way to go. There are many challenges that we face. There are many teething problems that will come. But when we have that, then even the counties can sit in their offices and be rest assured, looking at the quality, tracking on the medications, what is out of stock, etc. So a digital platform is critical. And again, about moving from county to national level, a consultative approach. We need to be strategic, yeah? It's not one man making decision or one woman in this case. I believe that we need to involve the county governments, we need to involve the national team and come up with the best interventions to address this.
Deborah, before you go to the next question, please do hand over your documents to the clerk's team so that they can do verification while we are going on. The Honorable Ferdinand. Oh, you have one more question? The retention of dead bodies and recovered patients until money is paid to various hospitals. What will you do? That's what the Honorable Member has asked.
Yes. So strategically thinking, we need to consult and see what are the gaps, what is causing this, and then involve Treasury.
It's money.
Yeah. So I'm coming out of government. So my first agenda will be to review these cases with the national technical team and the county government to identify what is causing or contributing to this challenge. And from there, I believe we'll be able to get interventions.
Ferdinand.
I think it's more or less the same thing, but all I'm saying, Madam, if we are going to be appointed as a CS in health, I think reducing the health care, let's be serious about it. As my colleague just mentioned, it's very, very serious, a crucial item as we members of parliament. Even now as I'm sitting here, there are phones coming from my constituency. Please, we have got Harambe. Yeah. But then of course you as a PS, you are coming in, should be able to have very strategic plans so that the expensive treatments like cancer, which is again coming up every time, should be able to come up with something very, very strategic for us to reduce the cost of treatment and of course affordable access to health care. Come up with something that can be able to save these members of parliament in having Harambes every other day, because somebody is going to India, instead of us somebody come here, had 2-3 cases where somebody went to India and he died there. So, and everybody now comes to me, how do you get the body here? But more so, this so-called cancer drugs, which is actually is an issue in this country. So come up with a plan. So I see your experience is very wide. So let's hope that you're going to have that kind of plans to be able to assist us in this. Can you say
just a
something?
statement, Dawood?
Thank you.
Just take into account the positive statement made by the Honorable Ferdinand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To Dr. Deborah, first, NHIF, will you change the system, or whichever it comes, that a patient can only go to one hospital, nominated hospital, and if somebody gets sick anywhere in the country or anywhere, they cannot go to any other hospital but just one? Secondly, I don't know if you answered the same question by my colleague. Would you consider that all health workers be moved to a health service commission, just like the TSC? And thirdly, the National Assembly passed my bill of cancer prevention in April. And with that bill, it talks about getting more oncologists trained, and because we've got 40,000 people dying of cancer, it's even higher than even COVID. COVID did not kill as many people as cancer does every year. And what do you think you would have interventions to train more people and have more cancer treatment centers in the country? And the last one is level 4 and level 5. So I'm not talking about dispensaries. Would you think that level 4 and level 5s should come back, like the referral Kenyatta Hospital, to the national government? Because 70% of the funds in the health ministry are held by by your ministry, if you are confirmed. So do you think level 4 and level 5 should be taken over by the national government from the counties? Thank you.
3 questions. 1, he says, will level 4, 5s be transferred from the counties to the national government? The second one, about the cancer treatment. And the third one was, will you support, if confirmed, to create the National Health Service Commission? I think there is some doctor somewhere who is sending this message to all of us. I've received it 3 times.
And there's a fourth one, Chairman.
Yes.
The fourth one was regarding NHIF.
Yes.
In one hospital, will she change the policy that it should not just be one hospital nominated? They can go anywhere, so long as they've got NHIF. They do not have to go to one hospital.
Actually, that is part of the law you passed recently that is being challenged in court, isn't it? Go ahead and answer.
Through you, Chair, thank you, Honorable Member, for the questions.
Yes, Nelson?
The purpose of this, if you just told the nominee, is actually so that you can address the members by their names.
Yes.
And this is the Committee on Appointments, just for your information.
Yes. So don't just say Honorable Member. That one is called Honorable Dawood. Okay,
My humble apologies for that.
Yes.
I will address them by the names.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Dawood, for the wonderful questions. First of all, I would like to talk about local production of medicines and consumables. I think that Kenya, we need to embrace this. Local production of medicines, the health products, is really one way to reduce the costs of medication. And so it's an area that we need to embrace as Kenyans, and based on the budget, then we can consider strengthening this. In addition, regarding the NHIF, the universal health care looks at offering accessible care, affordable care, and quality of care to all Kenyans, including the vulnerable and those with disability, among others. And so the issue of only being able to be seen in one hospital is not part of the universal health coverage. And hence, I believe that once we have implemented the UHC, first of all, the community health promoters will be able to improve the prevention, promotion, rehabilitative interventions within the community. So even for cancer cases, they'll be educated on preventive measures, and those who are having terminal illnesses, rehabilitation will be ongoing. Equally, strengthening the primary care networks is critical because it's the first contact and it filters the mild cases, ensuring that the severe cases are the only ones going to the other levels of care, and hence there's reduction in the overwhelming of other levels of care. And so I believe that we can have this as accessible, affordable, quality care by strengthening our community health promoters or the community health programs, as well as the primary care networks, and ensuring that we are offering quality care across all levels of care. So regarding the specializations such as in oncology, as discussed earlier, we have the East Central Southern African College of Physicians, which is a program that is running in multiple hospitals within the country, supporting doctors to specialize. We may also consider having this for other specialists, including the nurses, and see how to see how they can grow career-wise as the health workforce, and that way we can also have access to care. For the doctors at the national team, I believe it will be a consultative approach. I cannot make that decision myself. I believe that it's critical that I involve the whole team, the stakeholders, the partners, and other sectors to be able to see how to address this issue.
Point of order, Speaker. Which issue? And I thought if it is about the commission, health, what is your opinion, nominee minister? If you say consultative, what is your opinion as a leader? Do you support, you don't support, even before you do consultation? What is your input? What is your mind? Yeah, yes. you are running away from being personal.
Yes.
We want to get your suitability, you, not a group, but you. Thank you, Speaker.
Go ahead.
So
the question is, if you are confirmed,
yes,
will you support the creation of the National Health Service Commission? There is some doctor somewhere sending this to all of us.
As part,
ask you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you, Honorable Members. As part of the doctors' fraternity, I support the National Health Service Commission. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mary.
The one for level 4 and 5 to move.
I'll help you to answer. The level 4 and 5, Honorable Dawood, I believe that it's critical.
To refer to the interviewee, even as minister, she has no capacity in law to lift level 4 and 5 from the counties to the national government. It must be a legislation and an agreement between the two levels of government to transfer. So even her opinion here will be relevant. Mary Mase.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Deborah, I put it to you that for you to be able to realize your policy objectives, you must have adequate or sufficient financing. But when you look at the Ministry of Health, and especially health research, it remains significantly underfunded. And when you look at the budget of the ministry, there is notable dependency on donor funding, especially on research, disease control and management, when it comes to control of malaria, HIV, AIDS, name them. My question to you, from your experience in the health space, what are the barriers to achieving optimal funding in health research? Secondly, there are a number of hospitals, if you are approved by Parliament, there are a number of hospitals across the country that have been built through World Bank funding, GOK, and have remained unoperationalized for a number of years. Beautiful structures. Case in point is in my constituency, Amukura. Beautiful structure. They have not been operationalized, no furniture, nothing. So if you are successful, please do an audit of all such hospitals across the country, ensure they have been operationalized so that there's value for money, and before you start building others, or advise for others to be put up. I think that the last one, just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mary, for the wonderful question. I have done a lot of facility assessment, right from the community-based organizations, various facilities at the different levels of care, and also at supporting various countries within the Eastern Southern Africa, as well as the Afro 47 member states supported by WHO. And I'm an advocate for facility assessment. We need to have good capacity, offer quality of care for our patients. And so that will be a top priority for me, to ensure that routine assessment is conducted and that our hospitals are offering quality services. Again, a digital platform would be good to ensure that we are also monitoring and looking at the processes. Yes. So regarding research, indeed, we need to have policies to support research and regulatory. We need to have a regulatory body to look into this. We need to work with the ethics board, among other boards, to ensure that this is aligned. And we have multiple partners who are willing to support in matters research. And so it will be open dialogue, consultation and discussion, and see who can join us to support in the agenda of health research, this being another activity that I wish to undertake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I wish to state that the nominee comes from my county, and especially Saboti, but that will not conflict my assessment of her capacity to serve in that ministry. And I am comfortable from where I sit of her competence, but what I'm worried is that the ministries, especially the Ministry of Health, is a theater of politics. And, you know, the previous minister also hailed from my Saboti constituency. I don't want a brain drain of my sisters coming to Nairobi and being swallowed by the politics of the town. How are we kept in terms of interpersonal relations and the politics that goes around and the cabal of corrupt individuals around the ministries? How will you deal with it? Then secondly, the SHIF, NHIF transiting to SHA. I think a segment of it is called SHIF. Is it prudent? Why not revitalize the NHIF in terms of digitalization, prudent utilization of resources, instead of transiting, which means you could also transit corruption? Lastly, Speaker, it is my view that Kenya is ripe to be a medical tourist destination, just like Turkey, just like Malaysia is a policy on tourism.
The biggest is India.
Yes, thank you. And now being a regional hegemony, you know, we can start with the region, not even beyond Africa, but just as a region. Do you believe that we are ripe to be a medical destination? If so, how? And if not, why?
Nominee.
Thank you, Honorable Member. And indeed, I love your last statement about having Kenya as a tourist destination. Having worked with the World Health Organization, Eastern Southern Africa, that covers the Eastern and Southern Africa region. It's actually based here in Nairobi. It's in the Kenyatta University Teaching and Referral Hospital. It is a regional office. And I have seen the tremendous things that have happened there. We've had expatriates come to stay here with their family, and that has increased. Our Kenyans have been employed through this. Tourism has also expanded, and also some of the products that they buy that are utilized in the office are being bought from Kenya. Equally, as they look into developing infrastructure, most of the time they're using local products. And if they also want to transport these health products, they can consider us. So first of all, I believe that we need to embrace regional partners, not just the country office, the country representatives, but regional partners such as the Africa Union, World Health Organization, among other partners, because they are bringing expertise from abroad, and these are the ones that will strengthen, build capacity, and also mobilize resources. Equally, we need to think about becoming centers of excellence in Kenya. This may not be achieved maybe this time, but it can be a long-term vision so that we capacitate our facilities. A lot has been done in the KU TRRH hospital, among other hospitals, and I think that is the momentum or the way to go in terms of building a capacity and becoming centers of excellence for Africa.
Just to, if you allow me, Honorable Speaker, on the question of medical tourism, yes. You've dwelt much on the aspect of expatriates coming into the country. India is one of the countries that receives the most number of patients who go to live there, stay in their hotels, use their, so it's a big beneficiary of medical tourism. Tanzania, across the border here, there's so many people from the coast who go to a hospital that is called Muhimbili or something. And many of them go there, and they benefit a lot in terms of revenue because of patients going out there. Kenya has just been sending away patients; it has not been receiving. In terms of policy framework and legislation, what would you propose if you are given this opportunity to develop Kenya as a medical tourism destination so that we can reap big in terms of our giving out medical services and also in terms of bringing revenue into, in the form of tourism in the country? What policy and legislative frameworks would you propose?
That you combine with Caliber Mrs. question about medical tourism. Go ahead.
And the Speaker, also the transit from NHIF to SHIF. Russia.
Go ahead. Yes, Deborah, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much, honorable members. The first thing we need to do is assess and look at best practices from the other countries, such as India. What have they done in terms of building their capacity? And how can we improve? What are the timelines? What are the budget costs? In terms of specialists, we need to ensure that we have top-notch specialists in the areas, and also expand the medical equipment that can be utilized for this. And again, the infrastructure, the logistics, among other aspects that are involved. And so, yes, it is true that we need to have policies with regards to this, but in terms of how to progress, I think that we need to look at the priorities in Kenya. We don't have affordable, accessible, quality of care for patients. And I'll give an example. When I was in Fikiria Jamii, there was a widowed. She had 3 children. She used to wash clothes in Isili. And this lady had developed complications, and we had to send her to Kenyatta Hospital. And so we had to dig deep into our pockets to get money for her transport and her consultation. Once we did that, she went to Kenyatta Hospital, and an array of investigations, including invasive ones, were requested by the doctor. They could have cost her an arm and a leg. And for treatment, it would cost her life because she could not afford it. So coming back, I think we need to have our priorities right. And that is offering affordable, accessible care to all Kenyans, the vulnerable, the needy, the orphans, the widows, those who are unable to support themselves. And after that, we can think long term of having Kenya as a medical hub.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Dr. Barasa, considering the recent reports of vaccine stockouts and the shift in policy regarding donor-funded programs, like those provided through Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, what are your plans for ensuring sustainable financing and reliable procurement of vaccine and essential health products during your tenure as a Cabinet Secretary for Health? Another thing is about, and I think Honorable Kareb has asked you, it's regarding the transfer from SHIF to SHIF. To tell you the truth, majority of our people, they are not getting it, and they are not even registering. So I would like to know, to hear from you, if you happen to get this chance, what are you going to do about it? Thank you.
Go ahead, Nominee.
Thank you for those wonderful questions. And I will start with the last one, transfer from NHIF to SHIF. The service is to the people of Kenya. And so we need to engage them. They need to own it. They need to understand it. We need to embrace and have community feedback, and then work on it to see how we can intervene. And I believe that that was one of the challenges, that the community was not involved. We did not have robust communication with the community. I think it is critical for us to engage the community so that they understand the vision of SHIF, and they also contribute to see how this vision can come to fruition. Equally, it's important for us to involve the stakeholders, the counties, the county government, partners, among others, to make this come into fruition. So the dialogue is really critical when we are looking to transfer patients. And then we can come up with appropriate interventions. Regarding vaccine stockout, pooled procurement can be done amongst various countries, say for instance in Eastern African region. And then we can also consider talking to the Treasury and see if resources can be allocated, as well as discussing with partners in terms of supporting in the area of vaccine.
Mishimbogo. Honorable Mishimbogo.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, my first question, it is on the issue of the program dubbed as Linda Mama. This program used to facilitate free delivery by our expectant mother in this country. But right now it has been faced with quite a number of challenges, making women suffer, especially those who are expectant. I don't know if you're appointed, what mitigation measures are you going to put in place to ensure the Linda Mama program or a replica of Linda Mama program is enshrined so that our women will no longer suffer? My second question, it is about the rising mental health burden in this country, where some studies have shown that in every five people, one is suffering from health disorder. And this has been witnessed in our learning institution, especially in our universities, in our secondary schools, where we have seen love triangles cases, we have seen some suicide cases, some reckless killing, and so many other issues. And this issue is compounded by a fragile mental health system, socio-economic challenges, and cultural attitudes. Given the existing mental health policies and action plans, what are the key challenges facing the mental health system? If appointed, what policies will you put in place to address these challenges? That is, the immediate, the medium term, and the long term. And also, is the mental health integrated in the UHC? My last question, Honorable Speaker. No, I have the last one. This is last one. The other time I asked only one question, Honorable Chairman. I just want to ask the last question. Kenya right now has a deficit in terms of doctor-to-patient population. Now with the government directives, which frees new employment and term wage bill, what strategy are you going to ensure that we have more health provided, and especially for those dealing with chronic diseases such as cancers, because we have few oncologists. Also in the mental disorders, we have few psychiatrists. What are you going to ensure that at least we have more specialized doctors? Thank you.
You followed 3 questions. Linda Mama, will you bring it back in its same form or another? What do you do with mental patients and mental health care? Okay.
Yes, through you, Honorable Chair, I'd like to address the concerns. I am a beneficiary of Linda Mama, and my daughter is a beneficiary of Linda Mama. And so I'm an advocate of it. And I will ensure that it's incorporated if SHIF is rolled out. Now, during transition, the transition period, at times such activities may, fall through the cracks, but funds have been allocated from the discussions we were having while I was in WHO with the national team. So we need to have a transition plan and or guidelines to ensure that some of these critical covers like the Linda Mama are always there when we are transitioning. So this is an area that we look to and ensure that all mothers and the children are covered. I will combine the mental health and doctors to patient population. Indeed, this is not just the doctors, but the health workforce in general. We need to look at how we can protect them and how they can grow in their career. And so I will engage the universities and other training programs such as the Eastern Southern College of Physicians, the surgical programs, the obstetrics and gynecology programs, and have deliberations on other programs that we can have in the country for our health workers to progress in their career, because we can have even clinical officers, nurses specializing in mental health, in matters oncology, among others. Equally, it is critical, again, as I said earlier, to strengthen the community health programs and the primary care networks with mental health specialization or professionals that have been trained in mental health. And so these are areas that we can look into
Sharia.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Deborah. KEMSA has been in the public domain for procurement irregularities affecting donor funds. What's your comment on that? And if approved, what policies do you have in mind in safeguarding public resources and the management of KEMSA? Question number 2. Chapter 6 of the Constitution and the Leadership and Integrity Act 2011 imposes the highest standards of trust and integrity for state and public officers. And this is in relation to what my colleague was saying. How do you intend to address the public perception of the Ministry of Health as a mafia house associated with corruption and lack of accountability? What specific strategies will you employ to enhance transparency, restore public trust, and ensure that the ministry operates with the highest level of integrity?
Thank you, Honorable Member, for the wonderful question. And indeed, KEMSA has been in the public domain. What I intend to do, again, is to strengthen the processes and procedures, and that one of the areas is looking at the digital platform, as well as having external bodies conduct routine auditing. Again, visibility and accountability reforms, as well as engaging or a consultative approach to involve other sectors such as ESCC to look into these issues. We need to have transparent tenders, and I will hold my office with high integrity according to the laws.
Yes, Barasa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Dr. Deborah, a healthy nation is a wealthy nation. And I want to echo my colleagues what they have said. The health docket is a big docket. It's a very serious docket. And also is a docket with a lot of contestation and a lot of conflict. Having said that, almost 4 years ago, we sent many doctors to Cuba. And also Cuban doctors came to Kenya. We never had any feedback. I really want to hear from you what has been that feedback, whether positive or negative, and if there are any positive things, what is it that we have been able to borrow from the Cuban health system? A second question is, you have been a medical registrar at Kenyatta National Hospital. Across the road, you walk to Nairobi Hospital. In Kenyatta National Hospital, you have the largest Kenya Medical Training College in Eastern Central Africa. And also, you have the largest teaching hospital, university that trains doctors. When you compare the two facilities just across the road, in one you are in Europe, and in the other one you are in somewhere in Africa, not even in Nairobi. Just in case this committee is going to approve your nomination, what is it that you are likely to do so that we are able to see a better facility at Kenyatta? Finally, Honorable Speaker, there are memorandums that have been raised by Albert Gitonga, Henry Fundi, and two others about your practice status at the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council. What have you got to say about that? Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
So, in terms of the feedback for the Cuban doctors, I have not been to the ministry. I'll be new to the ministry, and this will be a priority agenda. So I will review, and I'll be able to make a report and share with the Parliament. Regarding the training in the Kenyatta National Hospital and how to make our facilities better, routine facility assessments, identifying gaps, and coming up with international interventions to build up capacity is really critical. And I will be an advocate for that and ensure that we are conducting routine assessment. For my practicing license, I am a qualified doctor. My registration is A6275. I have been in clinical practice from 2007 to 2020, compliant to license renewal. In 2020, I joined World Health Organization. It is a UN, part of the UN agencies. It is an international, independent entity with no affiliation to any member states. I was an international civil servant, offering services to 22 countries in Eastern Southern Africa, and the 47 member states also supported in the Afro region. So my work and my capacity was at an international level as a policy advisor, giving strategic direction and technical advice to various countries in the Afro region. Once the President nominated me as Cabinet Secretary, because of the courtesy and respect and coming back into the Kenyan medical environment, as well as the office of the Cabinet Secretary, I renewed my clinical practice.
Mule. Thank you very much, Chair, and welcome Dr. Barasa to this committee. Chair, I've pursued and I've looked at the CV of the Dr. Barasa. Having worked at Kenyatta Hospital as a registrar, Mata Hospital as a promotion, worked at Eastern Deanery as a physician and promoter, and then straight to WHO. I have no doubt on your experience, but I have a serious concern of where you are coming from and where you are getting into. And I think Kosin alluded to that. We want to hear you, how you will transit. Having been in the medical fraternity for the last 20 years, where you are coming from is where things are done as the policy of the institution. You are joining government whereby complex law, interest, politics carries the day. Madam, with all due respect, I believe you are getting into the Ministry of Health, whereby we have several departments, starting with the doctors themselves, starting with the nurses, the procurement agency, KEMSA, the programs, everything. I want to hear from you your management skill, or now you'll transit from that set mind of a straight line of thinking, and no wonder you are telling us every time consultation. Here, it is whereby the law applies. The law which is applied at KEMSA is not the same law which is applying with the doctors, enumeration and hiring. So, my question starts with, how do you tell Kenyans you'll streamline supply and demand of health communities in this country to the grassroots level, putting in mind we still have a devolved government? Secondly, from the international community where you are coming from, there are those policies and guidelines which are being given to this country we must adhere to. One, Honorable Mukami talked about Gavi and vaccines. You know very well Gavi has been supporting this country for many years to provide vaccines and other commodities. But as a government, we have always delayed to pay these supplies, yet endangering the young newborns and the future of this nation by not being vaccinated and exposing them to diseases like polio. What is your take to how to progress on that? Thirdly, as a country, we are binded by all international commitments, starting with the United Nations Convention on on health policies. And I want to hear from you, how do we get out from donor-funded health programs in this country to a government-funded programs in this country on TB drugs, TB diagnostic tools, HIV drugs, HIV diagnostic tools, vaccinations and distribution of vaccinations to the country, malaria drugs and malaria transmission diagnostic tool. And last, how do you coerce the seamless working relationship between the Ministry of Health and the county government, putting in mind the largest budget within the ministry remains at the national government, and what is required to be transferred to the county government, it is transferred. And lastly, what policy are you going to use on relationship on working with the county government and the CECs at the county level to ensure that Kenyans does not suffer anymore for lack of health services in this country? Thank you.
Quite a mouthful. Can you answer that?
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Honorable Mule.
Honorable Mule, my sincere apologies for that. And indeed, I sense a lot of passion in matters health. And if hopefully given the opportunity, I believe we'll work together to address some of these pertinent issues. Yes, so again, this will be a priority in my agenda to understand the situation and come back with interventions, seeing that I will be new to the ministry. So the issue of supply and demand, again, we need to strengthen the information system. I think my mind has been focusing on that because I have seen it work. I have seen it work in various organizations that I have worked in. I have seen it being rolled out. I've seen the teething effects, but I have seen the impact it has had. It has reduced on costs, it has improved quality, and it has enabled people to track and see where their stockouts, among others. So we can be able to track the supply of commodities up to the last mile. Yeah? And then we can be able to also monitor other services. So I am an advocate of the digital platform because the human-to-human interface is what is bringing challenges, I believe, in our country at the moment, among other things. So for the vaccines and commodity delivery, yes, we need to allocate budgets to support this, and then we can have pooled procurement of vaccines. We'll also deliberate with the vaccine programs that are currently here, the vaccine production, and see on their effectiveness and their efficiency and the cost implication. So coming from my background, I know the concerns, the teething effects of vaccine production, and I know the members, the nominated committee wanted me to talk about vaccine production, but I think it is important that we go in depth and identify all these things before making commitment. In terms of health policy, for the dwindling donor funds, one of the areas we can consider is health insurance, but again, we need to have community ownership. The community need to embrace it because, you know, there are taxes involved. So we'll need to educate them and make them embrace it. With your support, with the county government support, the stakeholders, the partners, I believe we can make this successful. And equally, there are some programs which are again feeding into the universal health coverage, including maternal to child health programs, the TB programs, and so on. So we can see how to work as a team and synergize our efforts for improvement of services in Kenya.
As we sit here, there are Kenyans who are watching, and they have been sending some SMSs to almost all of us. A few of them, they say, in case you are approved, embrace biotechnology and diagnosis, harmonize salaries of health workers. They earn different salaries while doing the same job. Somebody else says there's a program called Edu Afia for students. It was suspended because of fraud instead of punishing the fraud. Another one says advise how to solve UHC staff menace. They get only half salary for full work. Another one says Linda Mama must come back. That's what Mishi was saying. Another one says ensure SHIF covers ICU costs which are unaffordable by all Kenyans. Another one says how will you handle monkeypox disease if you are confirmed? And you had answered that. Yes. Yes, Mule.
Chair, I didn't hear touch on the issue of diagnostic tools as recommended by the UN on the TB, HIV, and also supply of vaccines and drugs for malaria and the diagnostic tools for malaria. Please.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes.
The ones I've given here are just comments extracted from SMSs. Can you answer the members?
Thank you, Honorable Muli, for the question, and through you, Honorable Chair. Yes, this is an agenda that will also be priority in my list to be able to identify the situation and the gaps and the interventions therein. Regarding monkeypox, I'm happy to say that within this year, we've had multiple countries within the Afro region that have had monkeypox. And I have been part of the team that has been supporting the countries. And so I believe that this, with the support from the National Technical Working Group, we will be up to task to support the country to address monkeypox in terms of readiness and response in Kenya.
Daud, what was it?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to follow up what my colleague, Honorable Imase Mary, asked about facilities which have not been opened. A case in point would be even Meru, where there is a 5-story building which was done by Honorable Kiraito. He was the governor. 3 years down the road, it's never been opened, and there is congestion in Meru level 5. So there are many places like those. Do you think once you get in, you will say it is not national government, it is county government? What would your position be on those unopened facilities?
Take also from the Deputy Speaker.
Dr. Deborah, also some concerns that have been raised by members of the public who've sent me messages. They are saying that the community health promoters are being paid timely from the national government, but the contribution of the county governments comes in very late. I think they've been said that Isiolo County, they are currently on strike because they have not been paid. Nyamira County have not been paid for 9 months. So how will you ensure that the county governments are also able to make their payments as government does, national government does its contributions?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Dr. Deborah, just 2 quick questions. One, there has been worry of staff of NHIF transitioning to to SHA or SHIF. They are worried about losing jobs. We have a law that is in place, but they're worried. What is your take on this? Are you going to transit all of them? Are you going to ensure all of them have jobs, or others will lose jobs? This is a concern of NHIF staff. How do you respond to them? And secondly, what legislative proposals do you have to strengthen the health sector as you take over, if approved by this committee? Do you have any legislative proposal you want to make here? Because these are legislators and they will support your agenda. Do you have any legislative proposals going forward so that we can strengthen the health sector? Or what gaps are there in the law that you may want to fix to make health a better sector?
Thank you very much, Honorable Owen, and for the questions that have been raised. So I will start with Honorable Dawood's question regarding facilities and their capacity. It is critical for us to monitor the capacity of healthcare facilities to ensure that they are up and running and they are offering quality services. And so it is critical that we conduct routine assessment to identify gaps and come up with intervention. I hope to work together with the county government in terms of identifying the gaps and supporting, because healthcare, the health system is not just the infrastructure itself. It is the commodities, it is the services, it's the human resource. So we need to look at all those things and ensure that our healthcare facilities are up and running. And that is a task that I would wish to take up, and in consultation with the counties. Again, the community health promoters, indeed, they are a critical component and a pillar for health service delivery. They are the ones who go to the community, supporting preventive, promotive, and rehabilitative activities. And so, discussions with the county government on the gaps as to why they are not, the community health promoters are not receiving their money is really important, and it will again be part of my agenda. Regarding the NHIF, I'm still new to the ministry. I will need to review the HR capacity, the number of human resource that is required for the new insurance, but an intervention can be to match and move the HR, depending on their roles and responsibility, to the new area. So again, this is an agenda that we can have with the technocrats to see where the gaps are and how we can move the NHIF, because it is very sad when, the sole provider of a family loses their job. And so this is something that we need to support our NHIF staff.
Saying that the law that was actually passed in Parliament on the social health insurance and social health authority says that they will all be assessed, and if you have the skill set for the new system, you will be taken. So there is no guarantee. Don't set yourself up. When you get there, you'll get into trouble that you promise you'll hire them. They will be all reassessed, and if they are suitable, yes. If they are not, they will not be taken, because it was said that in NHIF, there are some people even who are geologists and yet they are working there, or nuclear scientists. So their skills don't match the work that they're doing.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
You will be the last.
Honorable Chairman, Kenyans have really been crying on the issue of public participation, and that there's so many decisions made in terms of Ministry of Health without their knowledge. My question to the nominee is, are you conversant with Article 232 of the Constitution with the values and principle of public service, and to what extent does your personal and work experience reflect these principles? I thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Chairperson, Chairman.
Yes.
My last one, CS nominee.
to me you come across as a very young, diligent professional, but I have doubts in my mind. Will you be able to manage the cartels in Afia House? Because the home of cartels is Afia House. It was Christian Mafia House some time back. Do you have what it takes to fight the corruption cartels in Afia House, in NHIF, the cartels in KEMSA? Do you have what it takes?
Go ahead and answer.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
I think we also need to be fair to our time and the nominee. That question has been asked several times, so we can't keep on repeating the same. So I think honorable members must be attentive.
Speaker?
Yes.
Speaker?
Yes.
The question of the mafias and corruption was asked, but I think to be fair to the majority leader, he's asked about what he thinks in terms of demeanor. I think it is just more in her direct strategy. And even as you respond to that, I would tell you that the mafias always also say, we have seen many come and go, including the most recent one. So I think as much as that question has been asked, she can respond to it.
Isula is taking over my job.
Women power.
Let's take Raso. Let's not do another round. Raso, just you'll be the last. And the question being asked is very pertinent. It was asked before, as Amisi said, in fact 2-3 times. Do you have the capacity, the ability, the will, and the strength to fight and resist the mafia at Afia House? That is the question.
To have thick skin.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. Daktari, maybe mine is just one quick question. You have worked at WHO, and there's prescribed number of doctors per patient within a population. What is the standard, and how far are we as Kenyans? Because the UN says 1 policeman to 400 Kenyans. What do they say in terms of doctors, both at the national and the county level per population? Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Thank you, honorable members, for the questions. With regards to public participation, yes, this is a very pertinent issue of which I am passionate about. I believe there is need for community ownership. And what I see is that the highlight is the taxation of 2.75. We are not talking about accessible, affordable quality of care for all Kenyans, including the vulnerable and the ones with disability. So there's need for robust communication. We need to strengthen communication to the community so that they embrace and they own this initiative. We need to gather feedback and see how we can address the challenges. We need to look at the misinformation and counter it. We need to engage the community. And one of the people in the community that we can use are the community health promoters. And so I think that, or I believe that the risk communication, community engagement, addressing all these things is really a critical highlight before embarking on this journey. Regarding being able to manage the mafias.
You can't manage them, you confront them. That is what you have been asked. You eliminate them.
So, Honorable Chair.
Your colleague who came earlier said you neutralize them.
First of all, we can look at prevention than treatment. And one of the areas is the early warning indicators. We can use a digital platform, yeah? We can use, open tenders or transparent tenders. And we can use independent bodies to monitor this. And engaging the EACC and other bodies in this.
Go ahead.
In the discussion. So I think we need to strengthen.
You have the courage and the will, that is the question,
Yes.
to confront the mafia
Yes,
and defeat them.
I will hold my office with high professionalism and high integrity.
Good.
But here she can't manage and treat mafia. She has to deal with them head on. She has said that she's going to manage and treat. We can't deal with mafia as like that.
I think she's understood. You can't treat the mafia, you fight them. They are a criminal enterprise. And exactly.
I think the Honorable Mukami did not get the nominee right. She said there can be preventative treatment, and my understanding was that preventative in terms of preventing corruption, if I got her right. And what she was talking about, curative, I think is what she was now explaining in terms of working with other agencies. It's only that she's a doctor, she's using medical parlance.
Okay. The last question from Raso. What, from your UN perspective, is the doctor-patient ratio in an average society like Kenya?
No, we are not quite there, but we are doing well compared to other countries in Africa. So we need to look at improving the HR capacity, not only for doctors, but other cadres such as the nurses. Yes.
What are the numbers?
What's the ratio?
I will have to confirm the ratios. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Now, a few formal questions. Order members, a few formal questions. Do you hold any leadership position in any political party?
No.
Have you ever been adversely mentioned in any integrity-related report or investigation?
No, Honorable Chair.
What is your net worth in terms of wealth?
Okay. So my net worth is a combination of mine and my husband, and it's 455,845,320.
You and your husband?
Yes.
Honorable members,
That is Mr. Speaker.
Yes?
That's Speaker. Mr. Speaker. I think because
yes, Caleb.
Yeah, because this is a House of Records, so I propose you divide into two.
Chairman, it is not necessary to be divided into two. It can be another way.
Don't break families.
Yeah.
If they own it jointly, if there's a dispute, the courts will decide.
455,845,320. Yes. 320.
Okay. Millions.
Yeah.
Yes. Honorable members, the nominee, according to the clerk, has submitted her papers and are all in order. 7 memoranda were received from various people, and in her written response, she answered all of them. You are now released. Yes? Yes.
Yes.
You are now released to go back with your original documents, which will be given to you by the sergeant behind you. And have a good day.
Thank you. I'd like to again thank His Excellency the President for nominating me as Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Health, and also for the nominated committee for giving me the opportunity.
Appointments Committee.
The
Appointments Committee.
Appointment Committee for giving me this opportunity to also present myself, and I am happy to bring my expertise and serve the people of Kenya.
Good. Bring the next nominee. Members, do you want to break and resume at 2? How many minutes? 10 minutes. Lunch is served in the boardroom of the commission. Those of you who are hungry.
Just eaten a snack.
Yes. 10 minutes. We'll do lunch after the next nominee.
Wireless. 1, 2, 1. Ongeza sauti.
Uliendaje? Ukifika hapa
Naona vile mmenileta.
Hii akisimama sauti utashika. Shida ya kuinua hii.
Daktari, mambo hii kitu hii sasa kenye tunaweza fanya
ikikuja tu
tunaweza ongeza hii iende juu kabisa, lakini si unanisikia hata nikiongea. Hebu ona, ona kulingana na nominee, unaona balance inafaa ikuwe hivi. I thought mimi nasaidiwa kushika hivi. Ukileta hapa juu the weight comes here. Unaona inainama. So ikikuwa hapa in fact hata yasishike. Akishikiwa hivi. Unaona iko sawa ikiguzwa tu pia kushikiwa.
Hiyo kishikwa ndio tunakwenda. Nataki mambo ya tu.
na mtu na screwdriver ni kukaza hapa. Unajua ni kitu kukaza.
Vile mmenileta.
Inafaa kukazwa, but hatuna nini? Uko na hiyo ni backup ilikuwa hapa? Okay. Ongeza tu hapo kidogo. Iko sawa? Hebu guza wana. Yes, sasa wanakaa. Wanaendelea? Poa. Acha waendelee. Chama amerudi kweli? Wewe, nasikia tulikuwa na moto huko. Bado? Nasikia wanapanga kufanya chama ile kitu. Yako. I didn't hear you. Umemwambia? Betty.
kuna meeting na sijui, lakini sioni nikienda. Ninawaambia Minneapolis. Kwa ndafuta MCK number. Hacha nikuje niweke. Hakuna kitu inaendelea. Ja. Uinuliwe. Tunashuka. Hapa nimechoka. Anastai huyo hayuko hata.
I think mtu amestep out. Although kuna yule mwenye alikuwa nafaa kuja step in. But you could just cheza ukipima kichelewa.
Ndio. Huko ndani. Allah, nilikuwa nasema umeenda. Hapa siwezi tuacha tu nisifikie hapa. Ndio nilikuwa ndani. Ile meza shika tu.
Mwenye kapa chini. Amedu. Sasa nimeenda kuacha hizo.
Niambie niko na shilingi na nilipoteza.
Umekutana tu na
nitamwambia Masi nilikupea shilingi yangu.
Umekukati zote?
Sioni kama huyo mtu anapita.
Nenda mkaa kudemea.
Hapa siwezi kushia hata nikilia. Na mimi ni mkubwa.
Ama ukaile kiti ya kwangu arudi.
Nani?
Huyu kwenye amesimama huyu? Kwangu alikuwa amekaa hapo la arudi.
Arudi. But unaona mtu anakuja na siwezi.
Hawaingii. Hata kuna shughuli huko juu. Ndio nini sasa mnaingia na nini?
Sergeants, bring the next nominee. Honorable members, the meeting is back to Good afternoon, Alice. Maybe I should not call you Alice, I should call you good afternoon, nominee.
I think I feel nice when you call me Alice, Mr. Speaker. And maybe I should also call you Chairman. I don't know, I need guidance.
Yes.
I think you are both.
I'm both. Honorable members, I think we are ready to go. Sergeant, can you administer the oath? Alice, you have a choice between, what are you looking for?
I had two people, I can't see. With your permission.
Your support staff or your security?
just-
Here you are secure.
No, yes, not security. It's a support staff, just one person.
Yes.
Mrefu.
Good.
Thank you.
Ako hapa?
Ako hapa.
Okay. Maybe upstanding and take the oath. Take the Bible by your right hand and read the standard oath.
Thank you. I, Alice Modoni Wahome, do swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee on the matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Alice, if you have your documents, pass them on to the clerk so that as we proceed with the process, they'll be verifying your originals against what you submitted. Welcome to this approval hearings of vetting. I'm the Speaker of the National Assembly and Chairman of the Appointments Committee. On my right is the Honorable Gladys Boss, Deputy Speaker. Sarah Kyoko is our Deputy Clerk. I'll invite all Deputy Speaker. Sarah Kyoko is our Deputy Clerk. I will invite all members to introduce themselves, starting with Naisula.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
Nelson Koech, Belgut.
Kosing David, Poko South.
Gikaria David.
Masemeri, Teso South.
Abdul Rahim Daud.
Ferdinand Kevin Wanyonyi, mjumbe wa kwanza Trans Nzoia County.
George Gitonga Murugara, MP Tharaka, Tharaka Nithi County.
Owen Baya, MP Kilifi North.
Robert Mbui Kadhiani.
Stephen Mule.
Dido Raso Saku.
Abdi Shurie, Balambala.
Mishimboko Likoni.
Rehab Mukami Washira, Nyeri County.
Lastly, Caleb Amisi Saboti.
Welcome, Honorable Alice Wahome. This is a distinction for you to be vetted twice by the same committee within the same political term. We vetted you some time back in 2022, and we have received communication from the President that he has nominated you to the Ministry of Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development, the same ministry that you were before you were dismissed. Here before the committee, we invite you to introduce yourself. We are conscious of the fact that you are a former colleague in the House, but for the record, introduce yourself, your name, your educational background,
your experience, your key competences, and your suitability for appointment as Cabinet Secretary within 5 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, to this appointment committee. Sorry?
Chairman or Speaker? Not
Yes.
Chair. I'm sitting on a chair.
Chairman, although I would prefer chairperson, but I'll go by the chairman. Thank you very much. I think it's awkward. I think I just prefer to use the speaker. Thank you, Speaker. My names are Alice Modoni Wahome. I'm an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. I have served as an advocate before, prior to the nomination in 2022. My last certificate as an advocate was for the year 2022. Thereafter, I'm a graduate, therefore, of the Nairobi University Law Faculty. Since then, I have served as an advocate in practice and served in
When I last checked, it was called University of Nairobi, not Nairobi University.
The University of Nairobi.
Yes.
I had said the university, and I take the correction, the University of Nairobi, where I finished in 1984 and then went to the law school in 1980 up to 1985. I got admitted as an advocate, and therefore, since then, I have had the opportunity to practice both as a state counsel in the Attorney General's office and also as an advocate in practice. I've done a lot of advocacy, human rights defense, and activism, you could call it that. I have served as a member of the Law Society of Kenya, served also as an advocate, as a vice chair for FIDA and other women rights organizations. I have then had the privilege to work as the Member of Parliament for Kandara for 2 terms. I served from 2013 to 2017. Then I got another privilege to serve 2017 to 2022. And then I still got the opportunity to be elected a 3rd term in 2022 August when this government came into place. I got the privilege, as you have rightly said so, to be nominated as a Minister for Water, Sanitation and Irrigation in September 2022, where I served until October, 5th of October 2023. And then I was moved from that ministry by His Excellency the President in the exercise of his mandate to the Ministry of Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development. I have served since then until the 11th of July this year, when I was dismissed under Article 152(5)(b). I think I would say that in terms of my competence, I am a team worker. I take a lot of pride in working within the team. I have had the privilege, prior I have talked about advocacy and training and litigation as a litigation lawyer, but within the Ministry of Water, I did various matters, various things in terms of the work, which was new to me that time. And my handover report speaks for itself. It talks about non-revenue, reducing non-revenue, coming up with frameworks for reducing non-revenue water. In water, we also were able to come up with a framework for water purchase agreements to work within the framework of PPP. We did several boreholes, several strategic plans to raise funding to the tune of, by the time I was leaving, we had about a total, including the Kenya budget, we had a total of about 80 billion for water. I was able to understand the mandate very fast, and we raised the water coverage from 65%, the national water coverage from 65% to 72% by the time I was leaving within that short period. And then sanitation from 26% to 32%. Now, in the Ministry of Lands, where I have then served for those other 10 months, now I believe this was my 10th month, we have various programs that are running, and therefore I would say that in terms of the work that I have been doing, and I'm very thankful to His Excellency the President for returning me back by way of this nomination back to the ministry that I have been for the last 10 months. I find that as a confirmation in one way or the other, or expression of confidence that I did my work for those few months properly, and subject to the approval, I'm willing to serve the country in that capacity. There are a lot of challenges in the ministry, but in terms of competence as a lawyer, I do not find myself as a stranger. For example, in the State Department for Lands, where obviously there are matters that I had done before. I was exposed to conveyancing, but I was not exposed to some of the challenges that are there, including fraud, including cartels, including bad practices, which we have, with the support of Parliament, I'm sure we'll be able to overcome. So I'm a team worker, I'm a hard worker, I believe in hard work and honesty, and I have the right aptitude to carry out my duty as a minister. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll invite the Deputy Speaker to fire at you the first question.
Okay, Honorable Wahome, I'd like to ask you this, and because it's one of the questions that most lawyers are asking. There's been the ongoing digitization of land transactions and records to curb corruption. There's been the rollout of Sasa, which was having a challenge, and I know that also you had the ministry's strategic plan 2023-2027. Could you tell us what you are already doing in regards to these three areas, but also what you would do, and that you feel that there's still challenges going forward if your confirmation of your nomination is made? Thank you.
I thought you said you have some support staff with you.
The question is what we are doing in respect of the Sasa, the digitization and digitalization system within the ministry, the Department of Lands. And that there are several questions coming towards that particular strategy to deal with the land. One, this particular program is meant to bring efficiency to secure land records and to provide maybe surety that the security of the records will be maintained with integrity. The program started way back in 2014, and where we are, I could safely say that we have been able to cover the entire Nairobi with about, which has about 300,000 titles, and you can be able to access the Sasa platform, and therefore we are at a better place. But I still know that there are a few records that we are still working on loading. And of course, with the huge developments that are coming up, we'll still require to have a bigger space in terms of that platform so that we can capture LAD in real time, be able to give records to the public in real time, and accessibility becomes easier and more assured. The story of missing files should be one of our bad history, so that this is a system that we should encourage, embrace as an information management system. What we have moved now to Murang'a, to Isiolo, to Mombasa with the same system, and we are already working in another 27 registries where we have been able to take our scanners, because the first exercise you do is to network within provide the infrastructure. Then you do the scanning of the records. You know, our records have been manual. We want to, of course, to get rid of the manual records. Not completely throw away the records, but be able to know that we have the information system secure, properly secured. But then the records are put on, on board, loaded. With that, then we can be able to say that I want to be very honest with the Parliament, because I'm at the right place. We needed a better budget, a bigger budget, to the tune of between 35 and 40 billion, to be able to secure all our records under the digitization system. And of course, the country needs to be able to have fiber networking in those other places. And therefore, another maybe 5 years, we can safely be able to do this, provided that we get sufficient budget as a country to cover it. And yeah.
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, yes, nominee. Your
gadget is not working.
No, it's working now.
Thank you. CS Nomi, I will not ask questions of if you are approved, because you have been the Cabinet Secretary for Lands for at least a year or so. And you are aware there have been very many cases of land grabbing around the country. And we've also seen you on TV on some land which was alleged to have been grabbed somewhere in Loresho. And you also know of many other cases that have been brought to your attention, or the attention of your office, your former office at the Ministry of Lands, around Windsor and other areas. Cases where your ministry officials of the National Lands Commission, those from the police have been involved. I would want to hear what you would do, if approved, or what you have been doing to curb the rampant cases of land grabbing, and especially considering the recent court judgment by the Supreme Court that a title by itself is not prima facie evidence that you are the owner of, legitimate owner of land, that one needs to go beyond that face value of the title to check how that title was acquired from the initial first owner. And you're aware, many of the cases that you have been dealing with are cases where land is illegally transferred from the bona fide owners to land grabbers, and with the protection of or facilitation of officers in the Ministry of Lands and protection of other government officers, including the police, they take away people's land. What is it that you have been doing to address that, and what will you do that will now completely curb that vice? Lastly, is your engagements with the National Lands Commission. I would want to hear your firm commitment to respecting independent constitutional commissions like that of the National Lands Commission, knowing their boundaries between the work of the ministry and independent commissions like the National Lands Commission. What is your position on the role of the National Lands Commission vis-a-vis the role of the ministry that you have been working in? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ichung'wa, for those questions. It is true, and it should be actually a national tragedy to have the fact to have a situation where a title is not prima facie evidence, necessary prima facie evidence of ownership. When I was going through my university law course, I knew that title, and the land law that was taught is that title is sacred. The title deed is almost absolute, but it's no longer the case because, as you have rightly pointed out, we are aware of very many cases of fraud being carried out by Kenyans with the support of sometimes unscrupulous...
You mean Kenyan criminals? Because not every Kenyan is carrying out fraud.
Kenyan fraudsters.
Yes.
Kenyan fraudsters and cartels. And they are not just, when we say cartels, I want to clarify. They are powerful cartels, they are moneyed cartels. Some of them surprisingly have made money through those kind of fraudsters, but then maybe cleansed that money into institutions like schools, like banks, like other maybe real property investments. And they are also powerful. But of course, there are also the ordinary cartels and criminals also who don't have much money, but they are part of the whole system. And I have come across very many, and some are very sad cases, because people have, the cartels have reached a point where they don't respect the title deeds, and sadly, many times, or quite largely, the officers of the ministry have been, in numerous cases, part and parcel of procuring those kind of titles. When you look at the Land Act, to be able to deal a big blow to the cartels when they secure fraudulent titles, and you, Honorable Speaker, I mean that you are the owner, say, of this particular building, cartels come and they perform some miracle and procure another title, while your title is safely somewhere, maybe under the locus of this particular building or parliament. And that title is the normal paper that we use for titling in this country. But other times it could be that paper, but the signatures are superimposed, or signatures of former commissioners of lands, maybe former registrars, both dead and alive. Not that they are the ones who signed, but some of our retired officers have also been part of that cartel. They've been signing. Some in their death, they are said to have signed. And therefore, what am I doing? I think we need to work on some amendments very quickly on the Land Act, so that the minute the registry, the technical information on the land records are known to be interfered with, to have been fraudulently secured or changed, so then the registrar, say the chief land registrar, should be able to immediately effect a cancellation and leave by law, because the minister is the custodian of all land titles, and therefore be able to say this record should look like this, and so that the person flagging another title out there should be left to be the one to have the honors of going to court to prove that the ministry has changed records or altered records, and that these are the true records. What has happened is that the ministry, previously the courts have taken the position that a title is sacred, a title can only be cancelled by the court. And you know, for the court to arrive at a position where it is able to say that these are the records, truly the evidence must be produced before the court by the chief land registrar or through his officers, so that then the court can be able to rely, will always rely in a good judgment, well-reasoned judgment, the court should be able to summon or the owners of the case to be able to call for witnesses and the right records to inform the court, to help the court arrive at the right decision, is evidence from the ministry. So therefore, there is no reason why we should, as a ministry, not be able to rectify the records. When you look at the current section 79, yes, it's not clear that you can be able to alter that title. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, I have been asked what I have been doing. I have been utilizing that section. Severally, I have impugned some of the documents because they are obvious frauds, and therefore I'm not willing to take the dirty work of my ministry to the courts. Let the person alluding or alleging that they have a good title go take me to court, and that should happen to the same for everybody. What has the fraudsters have actually taken that section and utilized it in their favor, and you know they have the money to influence, to pay lawyers, good lawyers, and eventually you may be the owner of the title and find yourself losing. It has happened. We have several cases in the High Court, others in the Court of Appeal, where people, genuine owners of land, are struggling with judgments that don't make sense at all. And I do not want to go beyond that, but they don't make sense and they cannot. So therefore, we need to change the law to some extent to be able to give clarity to what the registrar should be able to do in the event that there is a clear fraud. I have taken the position that I will tackle the fraudsters. I have found myself in one of the notorious cases. I was actually locked up in a suit premises, not a suit premises, in a property that had is clearly the records. I found the records had actually been already rectified. The records were okay, but there is somebody also claiming they have a good title, and I was locked by goons within. I think the police were part of the system, so that even when we entered there with them, as a minister, Honorable Speaker, and if there is one time I feared, is that one time, because it was down the valley. Even if it meant me running up, I would have had a challenge to run the hill up. And these are young fraud, goons who have been put to guard this property. Maybe you should ask, why did I think I should go there? I'm taking this fight to the crime scenes, Honorable Speaker. And I'm willing to do that because once I have established that this is a title, either for schools, for institutions, because these people have stolen land right, left, center. A lot of government land has been taken away, including prisons land. Institutions have lost land to them, to either people working within or people working within those institutions and other people. So I am taking the war to the crime scenes. And I believe that I need a lot of support from the police for purposes of enforcement. And but with the law, the answer is really dealing a big blow by use of the law, so that it is clear what we should do when we are faced with those kind of things. Yeah.
Junet.
Thank you, Chairman and Speaker. So, Mr. Chairman, my question to the nominee is, first, Madam Nominee, can you tell the committee in the period that you are there as a Minister for Lands, you have been, as you have just put it now, you have been following up grabbed lands and land that have been grabbed. Can you mention which public land can you say you have recovered from grabbers as of now? And secondly, whether it was necessary for you to go to that scene, what necessitated you going to that place? Because how many land can you visit if, as a minister, to go and that is a security issue, that is the enforcement issue. But more importantly, there was a bill that was authored from the ministry, the Lands Amendment Act, that was withdrawn by the majority leader. And you wanted to take the powers of the National Land Commission completely. What necessitated that? What was the reason behind why you wanted to usurp the powers of the Independent Commission? And lastly, the issue of disappearance of files in the Ministry of Land still exists. Kenyans go to the Ministry of Land, RD House, they can't find their files. And we have been told that land was being digitized since when the former cabinet secretary was there, Farida. Up to that time, up to now, from that time up to now, digitization is still going on. But files cannot be traced. When will this issue of disappearance of Kenyans' files end, Madam CS? Thank you very nominees. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Ichongwa had asked the same question on the, what is our mandate vis-a-vis the mandate of the National Land Commission, and are we respecting the mandates of the, is there any issue? As far as I'm concerned, Honorable Speaker, there is no problem or challenge. We've not had any conflict or fight between my office and the office of the National Land Commission. In fact, I would say that I am having quite a cordial working relationship with the chairman and his commission. But that does not mean then we abscond or we abandon our duty, and therefore each has their mandate. Our main mandate in relation to titling is we are the ones, the minister is the one who does the leases. In fact, all leases in this country are signed by the minister. I would say not my signature, but for the minister. So I take responsibility for all the leases, including those that are going around there that are fraudulent. Secondly, we also do the title deed or the certificates of title. That's done by my registrars. So to that extent, then, our work is different because the National Land Commission's main mandate is to manage public land, administration and management of public land. And the amendments that we were proposing were speaking to the valuation. I still think that I will be able to come and persuade Parliament that valuation of government projects land, compulsory acquisition should be, the valuation should be done by and therefore that is something we've been in the leases are, what they do is to provide allotment, is to allow allotment and